greatest of all teachers and giver of love, hope, faith, and wisdom, look upon your children, the teachers, learners, parents, guardians, and out-of-school youth and adults. We humbly ask for your mercy and forgiveness. Guide us to the right path. May our efforts be blessed with insights and understanding, wisdom and respect for all. Bless us with patience, for the path of learning is never easy. Bless our commitment to keep on learning new knowledge and experiences. Let your light shine upon us as we make our world a better place to live in. Amen.
Oplang balik eskwela na. Good day everyone and happy Tuesday to our DepEd family from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I am Ma'am Carla May Castro, a national teacher broadcaster from Manuel I. Santos Memorial National High School under the school's Division Office of Rizal Province, your tender-loving host, and one of your masters of ceremony today.
Airing live here from the DepEd Central Office at kasama niyong muli. This is Sir Areola, national teacher broadcaster from Navotas National High School under the school's division of Navotas.
To our beloved Secretary Leonor Mactolis Briones, Undersecretary for Administration Alain Del B. Pascua, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Field Operations Rev. C. A. Escobedo, Assistant Secretary Alma Ruiz Torio, Director Jocelyn D. Andaya, Director Abram Y.C. Abanil, we would like to extend our utmost gratitude for giving us this opportunity to be of service to our fellow educators today.
Yes, that's right, teacher. And a big thanks to the offices of the Undersecretaries for Administration, Curriculum and Instruction, and Field Operations for joining forces with the Information and Communications Technology Service Educational Technology Unit in spearheading this year's second virtual INSET.
Good morning, Sir Abigail.
Good morning, Teacher Carla! Yan. So, kamusta naman? Bright na bright at red na red tayo today. Bakit kaya?
Alam mo naman.
Yes. Alam ko yan, Teacher Carla, na ikaw today ay super in love. Kahit pumapag-ibig yan si Teacher Carla.
Talaga. And alam mo naman, ang pag-ibig natin para sa ating sino pa ang tungkulin.
Tama.
Para sa bata, para sa bayan, at para sa guro na rin. Ikaw, sir, you look good today.
Well, kasi Teacher Carla, talagang nagsuot ako ng ganito dahil picnic. Yes, may picnic tayo today kasi second day na at ngayon magpipiknik ulit tayo mga kasama kong guro para sama-sama tayo ulit matuto sa araw na to. At yan ang pag-ibig. Alam niyo, dear teachers, mahal po namin kayo. Kaya ginagawa namin po ito para sa inyo, para hindi man po buo lahat ng lessons ay makuha ninyo, pero naniniwala po kami na may mga pira-piraso dyan na magagamit nyo sa darating na pasukan para sa inyo mga kabataan. Tama, Teacher Carla?
Siyempre naman. Kaya naman, hello po sa lahat ng mga public school teachers who are watching us live today. For sure, puno din po ng pag-ibig ang puso ninyo today.
Tama, kung puno ng pag-ibig ang puso nyo, paki-heart naman po tayo. Go! Click the heart lang. Come on, heart, heart, heart. Dahil love, love, love lang po talaga. Pero take note, partner, ha? This in-service training is not just for our fellow teachers from public schools, but also for the ones that are from the private schools. So, iniibitahan po natin sila, mga ma'am and sir. Sama na rin po kayo dito sa ating INSET.
Yes, welcome po kayo mga ma'am and sir. We would also like to thank all the regional directors, schools division superintendents, and assistant schools division superintendents for your all-out support to the EdTech unit's advocacy of empowering our teachers' skills, knowledge, and potentials. One teacher at a time.
Tama. Pero, how could we forget the star of this VINSET? Kaya naman, we would also like to thank your dear educators, kayo po mga minamahal namin guro, for supporting this program mula pa kahapon. even though it's a holiday, Teacher Carlo, nakakatuwa because you chose to be with us. And dahil po iyon, dahil interesado at willing kayong makasama kami para matuto. Alam mo ba, Teacher Carla, yesterday we reached a total of 160,000 viewers.
Wow!
Yes! At ginamit nila ang hashtag VINSET 2.0. Kaya, ayoko na patagalin pa, Teacher Carla. Let's welcome our beloved public school teachers and our teachers to the
Second Virtual In-Service Training for Teachers 2021.
VINSET Day 2! And that's right, Teacher Carla.
Remember, you can watch our live broadcast in the following platforms: DepEd Philippines and DepEd EdTech Unit Facebook page, DepEd Philippines, DepEd EdTech Unit, and DepEd TV YouTube channel. And don't forget to visit the Learning Management System for your registration, certificates, and evaluation of this course. Tumutok lang po kayo.
Tama. And Teacher Carla, marami nang tumutok kahapon kasi nakita ko na sa Facebook, they have already posted yung 5 nilang mga certificates, yung 5 about sa attendance, at nakakatuwa kasi ramdam po namin, teachers, na naging challenging kahapon kasi ang ilang pagpasok, sabi nga ng iba dyan, ikot-ikot. Kasi medyo natagalan po, nakatambay lang po tayo sa gate at kilalang-kilala nyo po si Gateway 504. Humingi po kami ng pasensya at pag-unawa po kung medyo traffic po sa gate natin kahapon. Pero, nabitin man kayo at alam ko, huwag kayong mag-alala dahil hindi lang po ngayon, hindi lang po kahapon, maaari niyo pong i-access po ang ating LMS course, this VINSET 2.0 hanggang January 31, 2022. Imagine, Pasko, bagong taon, pwede pa rin. At don't worry, this VINSET 2.0 is voluntary.
Yes.
Teachers,
Voluntary.
kung hindi mo pa-feel ngayon na gumawa nito, huwag kang mag-alala. Labs ka namin, maraming pang-araw. Okay? So, don't worry. Ulitin ko po, hanggang January 31, 2022, maaari niyo po itong access. At para sa araw na ito, Teacher Carla, hashtag ulit tayo. Ang ating hashtag ay
Ano bang hashtag natin for today?
hashtag VINSET 2 Day 2.
Yes, that's right. VINSET, hashtag VINSET 2 Day 2.
Tama ka dyan,
That's
Teacher
right.
Carla.
Yes, until January 31, 2022, teachers. No pressure tayo dito,
Yes.
syempre, kasi pag-ibig, di ba?
Tama. No pressure lang. Love lang.
And moreover, Sir Avangel, you mentioned that we had like 160,000 viewers yesterday. Grabe, sobrang intense ng support nila sa atin, ano? But I guess, mas marami ang makaka-join sa atin
Tama.
today kasi magagamit nila yung DepEd SIM card and
Yes.
connectivity load na ayuda sa atin ni DepEd, right?
Tama. And Ma'am Carla, no Wi-Fi, no problem.
No problem.
For sure, our dear teachers learned a lot from our exemplary speakers yesterday who generously shared their expertise to capacitate and empower our teachers in terms of trends, online modality platforms, and other technology and innovations. No? And today, we would like to keep that momentum going.
Kaya naman, teachers, brace yourselves because we've got it all for you.
For you. Nasa sweet-sweet naman ng Teacher Carla natin.
We have topics that will address your challenges in conducting online classes, in troubleshooting equipment, and in applying creativity using Adobe Spark.
I-supplement pa natin yan ng topics about radio-based and TV-based instruction. At para sa ating para-teachers, para po ito sa inyo. We'll empower you with some child-friendly approaches. At babalikan natin ang tinatawag na DepEd Computerization Program.
Sobrang helpful niyan sa ating mga
Tama.
teachers. And you know what? Simply looking at the list of our respectable speakers for today, I could sense na sobrang talagang magugustuhan ng ating mga teachers magiging mga sessions natin. And I could feel that everyone will truly find this training worthwhile. Jump back.
Tama, jump pack talaga, punong-puno.
Yes, those topics will surely be useful to our dear teachers. But, sir, have you picked the best one yet?
Interested ako doon sa ating tinatawag na mga child-friendly approaches. Inaabangan ko yan. Saka yung, eto, Teacher Carla, isa po sa pag-uusapan natin is all about the conducting virtual classes. Isa yan. Alam ko, dear teachers, marami kayong kwentong virtual class. Don't worry, samahan niyo po kami dahil tutulungan namin kayo na bigyan pa kayo ng strategy para mapasaya ang ating mga online class.
Pero ikaw, Sir Abigail, I'm sure naka-experience ka ng mga challenges nung ikaw ay nagtuturo online. Right?
Yes, oo. Yes,
Would
Teacher
you like
Carla.
to share it with us?
Nung una, ito, marami sa atin naka-experience ito. Nung una, dami nating students. Pagdating mo, sumunod na ikaw na lang yung nagtuturo. Ikaw na lang yung naka-on, kamula na rin sila. So, yun yung mga bagay na yan na yung iba din. Akala natin may kausap pa tayo, yung pala. Wala tayong kausap.
Na-experience ko din yan, naka-on cam. I mean, ako lang na naka-on cam. Tapos parang hindi mo alam kung may kausap pa ba or wala.
Yun nga. Pero syempre, hindi natin alam din. Alam ko, ang mga estudyante rin natin ay may mga pinagdadaanan. So, we have to listen to them as well. Pero yan talaga yung mga kwentong teacher na hindi natin makakalimutan. Ikaw, Teacher Carla, ano ba ang napili mo na doon sa mga topics na meron tayo?
Ako siguro, sir, yung topics din about radio and TV-based instruction. Kasi hashtag relate tayo doon as, especially ngayon na we are considered as frontliners of education.
Totoo. Frontliners of education po kayo, dear teachers. Kahapon man po ang ating National Heroes Day, pero araw-araw po namin uulitin mula dito po sa EdTech family na kayo, guro, ay mga bayani ng bayan din po natin. Okay? So, Teacher Carla, excited ako magkwento kasi nakakatuwa, binabalikan ko, sinisilip natin yung mga Facebook post, yung mga hashtag VINSET Day, VINSET 2 Day 1 natin kahapon. At nakakatuwa, ang mga guro natin, grabe, nagamit niyo itong gitnang spot na to. Kanya-kanya na kayo ng pakulo dito. May supermodel, ayan, may mga kanya-kanya eksena. At, Teacher Carla, nahanap ko na rin dyan yung kapatid ko. Kasi nakita ko na yung mga ka-localize natin dyan. At ang nakakatuwa pa, kahit na challenging yung kahapon, na-enjoy ng ating mga teachers. Di ba?
Ako din, actually, parang sa balita ko, naging sikat ka daw, instant celebrity ka kahapon.
Hindi instant celebrity ang tawag doon. Ang tawag doon ay love. Kasi we want our teachers to feel na itong VINSET 2.0 ay hindi po stress. Okay? Relax lang po. Kung ano po ang topic na gusto nyo pong pag-aralan, kung hindi man po natin mabuo at gusto nyo balikan sa mga susunod na araw, love namin kayo, pwede po yan.
Ano ba yung sinabi natin kanina? No pressure.
No pressure. Okay? So, I guess it's time for us to reward their anticipation. So let us introduce them to our first speaker today. Carla, do the honor.
All right, to formally commence our program, let us have one of our exemplary speakers for today. She is a forerunner who has been serving with the government for decades now. A teacher by profession and a leader by heart, who served in the office of the Schools Division Superintendent of Cagayan and Tuguegarao for many years. And parang masyado yata tayong excited, sir.
Siguro, Teacher Carla, hindi pa siya ating speaker, pero siya yung makakasama natin to give everyone the welcome remarks. Yeah. Sige, pakilala mo pa, Teacher Carla. Ang makakasama natin for the welcome remarks, she is also. Alam mo, Teacher Carla, no? Bago natin ipakilala, kasi excited tayo. No? Ipapakilala natin sa kanila. Wait lang po Kasi every day, we have special persons na magbibigay sa atin ng inspiration. Na pampagana para tayo ay ma-inspire sa buong araw na to. Alam ko po medyo nakaka-stress yung 8 hours, pero don't worry. Bibigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon to learn all these things at your own pace, at your own time. Okay? So, pero kaya naman, she also has this degree of Bachelor of Science in Education at the St. Louis College of Tuguegarao, where she also earned her Master's degree of Arts in Teaching English. Then, years later, Teacher Carla, she took her doctorate degree at St. Paul University, Philippines, and she was also Director 4 of Bureau of Learning Delivery. No, not she was, but currently, she is the Director 4 of Bureau of Learning Delivery. Let's welcome for the welcome remarks, Director Leila Areola.
Thank you very much, Sir Abigail, and that of Miss Carla. So isang magandang umaga sa inyong lahat, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga teachers who have joined us in this VINSET Day 2. First, let me thank and congratulate all of you, my dear fellow teachers, and the whole school community, the school officials, the school heads, parents, our community leaders, significant others in the life of our learners, stakeholders, for coming out victorious in making education continue last school year 2020-2021. Certainly, we can do it again and even much better this coming school year by building on and sustaining on our gains from that of our last year's experience. There is no other more inspiring than this assertion of our beloved Secretary, Professor Emeritus Leonor Magtolis Briones, and I quote, "We have come out with a variety, with the menu of options. Online is not the only answer. There's a huge debate in the Philippines on how useful or whether it is really a good way of teaching learners. So we have online, we have television, we have radio. If all else fails, then learning modules are being printed so that this will be delivered in various pickup points or either parents or for the village officials to distribute to the learners. Such a strong statement that ensures that education must continue despite the threat of COVID-19, and such the very statement that brings us all together in this virtual INSET training to capacitate you, our dear teachers, in the different online modality platforms of the Department of Education that include the DepEd Learning Management System, the DepEd Online, like the DepEd FB page, the DepEd YouTube channel, the DepEd TV, and DepEd Radio, as well as how self-learning modules, which is the primary learning resource, and its different content and accessible formats are being maximized through the earlier mentioned online modality platforms. And for this, let me congratulate you, my dear fellow teachers, for your enthusiasm and willingness to be retooled and reskilled towards the effective integration of information and communication technology in the teaching and learning process. ICT is a principal component of pedagogy in the 21st century, not just at this time while learners are on distance learning, while we are on pandemic, but even pre and post COVID-19 pandemic. I remember using blended learning approach years back when I was still teaching in the graduate school. And I'm also very much aware that a number of you, my dear fellow teachers, have been integrating ICT in the classroom. Even my teachers in the early 1990s at Santo Niño National High School and Gadu National High School were already integrating ICT then. That was early years of 1990. Remember the DTI computer program where selected schools were recipients of computers of DTI? But there have been huge developments in technology that there are a number of emerging tools and applications that all of us need to embrace today. So your attendance, therefore, to this virtual INSET is in itself your expression that you are wanting to learn, unlearn, and relearn your way into relevance. This is what exactly Alvin Toffler wanted to convey. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. It might surprise you, my dear fellow teachers, that there's a research finding that revealed that the more experienced teachers tended to make most of technology during the pandemic. 55% of teachers with, you may guess the age range, 21 to 30 years experience taught lessons online compared with 38% who had taught for 3 to 5 years. And 48% of this group, meaning the teachers with age range 21 to 30 years, actually use their school's virtual learning platform to share lessons and tasks with learners compared to only 31% of those who only taught for 2 years. While we face innumerable challenges in delivering education in this time of pandemic, the health crisis um, actually created opportunities for learning innovations. And through this training, we're confident that you shall be able to devise various teaching methods that instill creativity and critical thinking among learners through information and communication technology. To some, they may claim that ICT integration in teaching learning cannot happen because they don't have laptops and personal computers. But we all have some of ICT in our lives, actually, in our respective homes. Tablets, TV, mobile phones, to name a few, and they're just there available at home, not just among our teachers, but also among our learners. The presence of ICT in education allows for new ways of teaching for learners and teachers. But at the end of the day, and this I hope that you will remember, my dear fellow teachers, in the choice of learning delivery modality that's going to be implemented in the specific class of our learner is always dependent on the context of the child first and foremost. While all of us agree that the most advantageous among the subcategories of distance learning is online distance learning, the decision still lie on the resources available at home on the part of the child and in school on the part of the teacher. The child, after all, is never shortchanged of his or her opportunity to learn regardless of the modality adopted by the child. What will make the difference is the extent on how you, my dear fellow teachers, plan the lesson, your diligent preparation of the weekly home learning plan, where learners as well as parents are clearly guided on how learning tasks are going to be undertaken, how committed are our teachers in preparing the individual monitoring plan, which tells the story whether the learner is progressing or not, or if not, what extent our teachers are generously devoting their time in providing instructional support and intervention, and to what extent do teachers engage parents in the education of their children and make them realize the critical role they play in the education of their children. ICT support systems must indeed be strengthened through partnership in order to promote monitoring, remote monitoring, follow-up sessions, and provision of instructional support. With the DepEd 349 plan, where you, my fellow teachers, are given SIM cards with connectivity load together with your 5,000 cash allowance, which is dedicated for the purchase of teaching supplies and materials, conduct of various modes of learning, internet and communication expenses, and medical examination as well, there is no reason for not being able to devise new ways of teaching and learning, of providing instructional support to learners, and of being able to conduct remediation online where digital resources are available, or through phone calls or text messages where home visits are not allowed. As DepEd 349 plan promises, with it, ease in communication is ensured and that delivery of services in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic will be unhampered. Whether you go high-tech, low-tech, or no-tech, the difference, my dear fellow teachers, would always be on how much love, dedication, and commitment you pour in your chosen profession of being a teacher, to which to me is more of a mission than just plain work and to every learner that come to your lives. The recently concluded episode of the Research O'Clock, where I was invited a reactor, focused on delivering distance learning through high-tech, low-tech, and no-tech. And what a joy to learn that learners performed better with the use of high-tech through blended learning, a combination of online distance learning and modular learning over just modular learning. And this was conducted actually by a teacher coming from Navotas City. And there's another study also that revealed that learners also mastered math competencies via low tech through text messages and phone calls. And this study was conducted in Pampanga, somewhere in Region 3. And there's the third research work, and that research work also contended that their learners in technical vocational education was also able to perform their assigned performance tasks and meeting still the standards with no tech through the use of local resources available within the community and improvised tools and equipment. But I will always agree that where face-to-face learning is not yet allowed, online distance learning, especially through synchronous learning and bichronous learning, will always be most advantage for our learners where digital resources, including internet connectivity, are available. But I am left without hope that our learners who cannot get into online learning from now will one day enjoy the same learning experiences and resources through the DepEd Learning Management System, our DepEd virtual classroom, as it is also being worked out for online learning. And hopefully, it will come soon so that even those without internet connectivity but with digital devices at home will come to enjoy the DepEd Learning Management System. And one among the topics that's going to be discussed in this virtual INSET is the use of our DepEd Learning Management System. For now, my dear fellow teachers, there's no other way for learning to continue if not through remote or distance learning, whether online, modular, whether through TV or radio-based instruction, or blended distance learning, where learners can still master required learning competencies even within the confines of their homes. Let us continue mitigating learning loss, saving a child from dropping out, and ensuring their well-being by making this as our focus this school year. As we may know, and as we all know, last school year was actually, our focus last school year was more on the provision of learning resources. And now that we have practically developed all the learning resources that are needed by our school children this coming school year, and that we have actually were able to convert these materials into different content formats. That's why we have DepEd TV episodes, we have audio lessons. I know very well that for this school year, and let me appeal instead, that this school year, may we focus our attention to mitigating learning loss, to saving our learners from dropping out, and ensuring their well-being by making sure that we provide them the necessary instructional support. Please get out of your way, my dear fellow teachers, to provide remediation, to have to implement some intervention activities, if only to help our school children. This health crisis continue to pose significant challenges in the delivery of learning. But you'll all agree with me that it also offers valuable lessons on real priorities in education. And let our priority be for this school year, and the priority be to improve learning outcomes. The challenges, the opportunities, the valuable lessons communicate to us that we need to continue to rethink and reimagine how best we can deliver education so that no one is going to be left behind. But it will certainly take the whole school community, you and I, to build back better and offer the best education to our school children, even in this time of pandemic. Admittedly, COVID-19 is a life-changing event, but we will never allow it to kill the dreams of our learners. With that, I say, welcome to day 2 of this VINSET, and let's enjoy together this opportunity of learning together. But before I end, let me say thank you to Undersecretary Alain Pasqua for involving the CI strand, particularly the Bureau of Learning Delivery, in this virtual INSET. Have a great day to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director Leila Areola. Our dear teachers are surely inspirited with that enlightening message, right, Sir Abijan?
Tama ka dyan. At para sa ating mga teachers na enlightened ngayong umaga, grab your phones, mag-selfie po tayo para naman happy ang morning. So ready, dear teachers? Mag-post na po kayo, naglalaba man, naghugas ng plato, kung ano man po ang inyong ginagawa. Let's post for this photo opportunity. Ready? And go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another one. Baliktad na tayo, Teacher Carla. Para sa gitna yung mga teachers natin. Teacher Carla, harap ka dito niya. Para yan, back to back. Para kumari ano tayo, reporters. Yan. Let's go, teachers. Galingan na, pag-edit ha. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Isa tayo.
Isa.
Yung gano'n naman.
Heart. Sige. Heart. Kasi love tayo today. So,
Yes.
sige, go. Heart ka, teacher. Ako, ganito.
Ganyan na hala.
Ayan, dear teachers, thank you so much. Abangan po namin ang inyong mga posts. At please, use this space to be at your best. Come on, dear teachers. So ngayon naman,
Yes, when you post, make sure that you use the hashtag VINSET2 Day 2.
tama ka dyan, Teacher Carla. At shoutout na tayo bago tayo humataw sa ating mga speakers for today. We have 7 topics for this day, ha? So, ngayon, binabati po natin, Teacher Carla.
Siyempre, unang-una sa lahat, papatiin ko lahat ng taga-SDO Rizal at ang aking pinakamagandang SDS na si Ma'am Sherilyn D. Revia and ang aking principal na si Sir Absalon Fernandez from Manuel I. Santos Memorial National High School.
Binabati ko po Education Program Supervisors for MAPE ng SDO Navotas, Sir Ernifer Cosmiano, and EPS ng MAPE ng Taguig City and Patero, Sir Shoji Girona.
Good morning, SDO Bulacan from especially ang Talumpit National High School, PLE Department.
Hello to Sir Emil J. Pagtalunan, School Principal of Paco Elementary School, Ubando, Bulacan.
Teaching and non-teaching staff ng Manuel Luis Quezon High School from Sir Edward G. Villarreal, School Principal. The English Department Head Roberto Servo.
Binabati po natin Ismael Mathias of Senior High School with our Principal Dr. Modesto Villarin. Happy birthday, SDSQC! Engineer Mark Voltaire Padilla. Hello sa Techie SDS ng QC, Dr. Jeneline Corpus and QC ICT Coordinators.
Yes, binabati ko rin Crestville Elementary School ng Taytay Rizal. Greetings from Ma'am Sarah David.
Binabati ko rin po Dr. Harlan A. Villanueva, Public Schools District Supervisor, Libon East District, SDO Albay, Bicol Region.
And binabati ko rin ang mga teachers from E. Rodriguez Elementary School, Principal Dr. Albert M. Flores.
Binabati ko po from Las Piñas City National Senior High School CA Campus with our Principal Dr. Teresa de los Santos.
And yung sa Ingot Elementary School. Binabati ko yung tatlong cute na MPs, si Ma'am Bilyan, Ma'am Kibulen, and si Sandy from Teacher Broadcaster Abby.
Hello po sa mga cute na MTs at ang teaching and non-teaching staff of SDO San Jose del Monte City with their SDS Berlina P. Cruz. Love, love.
Yeah, binabati ko rin ang Silanganan Elementary School, Dr. Marlaine Laureno from Lani, Capiscan.
At binabati ko rin po, Messengers of Peace Corps Team Polo National High School, Principal Mr. Eddie A. Alarte, faculty staff, head teachers, Sir Dudes, Teacher Loy, and Chairman Juvie.
And binabati ko rin ang Bagumbong Elementary School, Dr. Jacqueline Luzon from Badet, Tucanes.
Binabati ko, kapatid, kuya, si Sir Saulo Alinsunod ng Kabangahan National High School po, Consolacion District 1 Cebu Province Division. Siya yung may picture ko, Teacher Carla, na kami ay magkalukalike. Hi, kuya.
Ay, kalukalike mo nga ba?
Oo, well, mga kapatid kong kulot, hello po sa lahat ng kulot sa Pilipinas.
Hello sa lahat ng kulot dyan.
At binabati natin from Marangal National High School, headed by Rogelio G. Season Jr. and Science Department. Binabati po kayo ni Mary Concemen.
And lastly, binabati ko si Kaluwag Elementary School, Naga City. Greetings from Love, Albert.
Shoutout po sa faculty ng IPESA Elementary School headed by our principal, Ma'am Gladys C. Morales. At yan ang ating mga shoutout for this morning. Magbabalik tayo dyan later on. Teacher Carla, excited ako sa first topic kasi lahat tayo nakaka-relate because our teachers nung nagbigay ng school year last year ay nag-start tayo na matuto ng Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, Zoom, di ba? At nung una, tarantang-taranta tayo kasi, hala, hindi pala ako nakamute. Hala, hindi ko po ma-on cam. Hala, wala akong bata. So, maraming teachers na nakaka-relate, lalo pag-usaping virtual classes na.
Kaya naman, itong first speaker natin ay sobrang magiging malaking tulong para sa ating mga teachers.
Totoo, Teacher Carl. Ikaw ba, ano ang kwentong virtual class mo na hindi mo makakalimutan?
Yung mawala ng internet.
Ay, totoo, sa kalagitnaan. Tapos yung mga bata mo, sir?
Yes.
Ma'am? Tapos yung itsura mo pa. Yan, nakaka-stress talaga yung Teacher Carl. Di ba? At marami sa atin na, class, nasa na kayo? Sir, na wala po ako, sir. Ayun. So, maraming struggle. Pero, don't worry, because our first topic is all about techniques and learning delivery style in conducting effective virtual classes. Oh, interesting, di ba? Kaya stay tuned na dahil, Teacher Carla, pakilala na natin ang ating pong speaker.
Alright, our first resource speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English, cum laude, from De La Salle University, Manila, and completed her master's degree in language education in the same institution. She performed multiple roles for the past 10 years. She had been a high school teacher, a school paper advisor, a subject area coordinator, and a college instructor. She also had a research published in DESOL journal entitled L2 Motivational Self-Learning, Self-System Theory Among Chinese Language Learners of English. Hindi lang yan. She continues to aim for professional development by attending trainings here and abroad. Lately, she participated in an international leadership training in Korea organized by IYF in partnership with the National Youth Commission. Before joining DepEd, she was a content specialist at the Apex School's main branch, a subsidiary company under Areola Corporation and Yuchenko's House of Investments. Currently, she is working as a senior educational program specialist at the Bureau of Learning Delivery, Teaching and Learning Division, Department of Education, Central Office.
Lupet niyan.
Yeah, so without further ado, let's have Ma'am Anna Marlaine V. Litonjua. A big hand, please.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure that I'll be joining you today. I hope you'll have a time well spent with me as we learn together techniques and delivery style in conducting effective virtual classes. Maybe we can show now the presentation, please. So what are the goals today? Okay, so I'll share with you a sample 10-minute routine where we can see the structure of how we deliver instruction, online teaching. I'll share 9 key strategies. We will revisit 8 pedagogical approaches and learning theories. I'll share 7 online applications and platforms. Don't worry, it's not going to be Kahoot, Padlet, or Mentimeter. I hope these applications are something new to you. We'll talk about 6 research studies, 5 discussion questions, 4 major areas that we can work on to enhance delivery instruction, and we have 3 guide questions that we need to ponder, 2 common classroom challenges that we encounter when we deliver online teaching, and of course, I'll give you a short one brain break. So I hope you'll have a few takeaways after this short webinar. Okay, so let's start. Now, using Sheldon's scale, maybe you're familiar with the dynamic character of Sheldon from the Big Bang Theory TV show, or even without the knowledge of the TV show, just by looking at the picture, which emotion resonates here with you when you learn or found out that we will all shift to distance learning delivery modality? Was it like, 1, you're panicky, nervous, and freak out? It feels like you're gonna be sick. Was it like number 2, I'm so confused, I don't get it? Was it like number 3, I'm gonna try to learn it, I'll try to figure it out? Or was it like number 4, yes, you are so into it, I'm ready to take up the challenge? So how did you feel about distance learning delivery modality, especially online teaching? You can just type the number in the comment section, dear teachers. Okay, so I see a combination of 2, 3, that's good. Okay, 4, and there's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like a process, a developmental process of how we felt during the distance learning delivery modality. Okay, so some of us might have felt very excited, or while some might have been so troubled that because everything is unfamiliar. Just imagine all this time you were trained to play a violin, and then suddenly you were asked on the day of your concert to play a cello. Of course, it seems a nerve-wracking experience. But majority, I would say, have this positive thinking. We said, let's keep going. We will move forward. And so we were able to overcome it. We were able to deliver instruction last year, and so I commend all our teachers. Good job is not enough to express our gratitude and appreciation of how committed and devoted you are in continuing quality education. We've witnessed grit and tenacity, incredibly amazing performance of our teachers during this pandemic. But of course, it's pretty normal that we encounter problems in every new situation we deal with. So my first question is, which of these areas did you have the biggest problem in your online teaching? For sure, there are many areas, but now let's just focus our attention on these 4 areas. So was it attention, or like the motivation of our learners, engagement or the quality of participation? Is it classroom management, or using and navigating online tools? Which is the biggest problem or concern you've encountered with so far? Can you share your answer in the comment section, please? Okay, so 1, Antoinette said engagement, tools. Okay. Number 2, engagement. Okay, 1. Now, I surveyed a few number of teachers, and 2 things that they find challenging in online teaching are attention and engagement. So these are the 2 common challenges that we will address in this short webinar, alongside with classroom management and the use of technology. Now, have you ever felt in your online class that you're talking but nobody is listening? I just heard it from our MCs today that they had that kind of experience. In 2015, there's a study commissioned by Microsoft and discussed in Time magazine. It was reported that the average attention span of human was only 8 seconds. Yes, you heard it right, 8 seconds. To place this in perspective, it was even reported in the same Time article that goldfish, they have an attention span of 9 seconds, 1 whole second greater than humans. Wow, that sounds crazy, right? It is perhaps rather premature that we opt for an 8-second lecture, as there are many caveats to the Time article, not at least which is that no one knows how to actually measure a goldfish attention span. But specifically, that 8-second attention span for humans actually reflects the average time a person will spend on a web page before looking somewhere else. Or I would say 8 seconds attention our students might be looking on our screen before doing something else. So remember the figures. Goldfish 9, humans 8. That questions evolution. Now, kidding aside. So this is the interesting part. That notoriously ill-focused goldfish study on attention has been questioned by some researchers like Dr. Gemma Briggs, a psychologist, who said that average attention span is pretty meaningless. So the way I understand it, it could imply that there's no such thing as average attention span. Why? Because attention is very much task dependent. How much attention we apply to a task will vary depending on what the task demands us. How much attention we apply to a task will vary depending on what we are bringing individually to a task, like our schema, interests, and how much attention we apply to a task will vary depending on the value and relevance of the task to us. So, difficulty concentrating or getting the attention of our learners is not a new behavioral management problem. However, this problem has been heightened in online teaching. In general, there are many reasons behind this short attention span of our learners. It could be student factor, physical, home, or teacher. In terms of methods, inconsistent rules, or even our attitude towards learning or among our students. But notice among these four and other related factors, we have less control over student, home, and physical environment, except for what we can do as teachers. So what's the big challenge now? How do I hook my students in my online teaching? How do I get hold of their attention? And again, how do I sustain that kind of motivation and make sure they are indeed critically paying attention and not just blankly staring on the screen? So we must spark that curiosity. And I'll be glad to share with you 3 tips on how you can hook, grab, and sustain that attention that is highly dependent on the manner of presentation or delivery style. These tips are some things we can manage, we can control, and work on as we look into the process. And these tips are not something new. Probably you're familiar with this, so we are just refreshing or relearning this. Okay? So first tip is the power of voice. The power of voice is like a toolbox. Okay? I'd like to borrow that concept made popular by Julian Treasure in his TED Talk, How to Speak So That People Want to Listen. Do you agree teachers that our voice can set the tone and environment for the entire classroom in terms of engagement, behavior, and rapport with students? Now, why do we say that our voice is like a toolbox? So what's inside the toolbox? Okay, first we have the register, our chest voice, head voice. And have you tried recording your voice as to analyze how it sounds? Regularly observing the way you speak to others, as well as how the words are received, would be a good start. Next is timbre. It is about how warm, smooth, and rich your voice sounds, like a chocolate. This is the emotional quality of your talking tone, the attitude you bring to what you say. So our students can actually sense if the teacher is happy, sad, frustrated, or in a rush just by hearing our voice. Next is prosody. This is the rhythm and sound variation. It is difficult to listen to periods of time if you'll be stuck to monotone. So variation of tone will help. Next is pace. Do you use tactical pauses to emphasize important points without using filler words such as and speed up certain sentences to create excitement? Pauses are great to let the students absorb your message and for emphasis on different points. And volume. If you talk too loudly or too softly, students might find it difficult to concentrate on what we are saying. So why voice is important? Well, we're doing online teachers, and one way to connect with them is by using the power of our voice. Roger Love once said that our voice is the most powerful communication tool that we possess, most powerful than other embedded applications we have on Zoom, Meet, because our voice resonates our energy and passion about the way we teach about our subject. And so before, if you've heard with our grandmothers telling you, if you cook with love, it tastes better. And modifying that slightly, I would say, if you speak with love, it sounds better. If you speak positively, it sounds better. So remember, voice is like a toolbox, a powerful communication tool. Okay. Next question. Does it ever strike you oddly that you and your friend can experience the same event at the same time, but come away with different memories of what happened? There is a research at the University of Iowa have found out that when it comes to memory, we don't remember things we hear nearly as well as things we see or touch. So next time you hear goes in one ear and out the other, you have a built-in excuse. Just blame it on your Achilles ear, a weakness that doesn't lie in the mythical hero's heel, but in real life, the way our brain processes sound and memory. The study suggests that the brain may process auditory information differently than visual and tactile information. That's why it gives merit to the famous Chinese proverb, I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. So we go to the second tip to grab, sustain, and grab, and sustain at students' attention. This goes to how we design our presentation style. According to Duarte, as cited in Kasparek, people will either listen to you or read your slides. They cannot do both. Do you have that same observation, dear teachers? Students will either listen to you or read your slides, and they cannot do both. In other words, people have trouble grasping information when it comes to them simultaneously. So another answer to our challenge is to design with audience in mind. And who is our audience? Definitely our students. What design are we referring to? Our visual aids, our multimedia presentation. Remember, our slide is neither our outline, nor our slideshow is not your student's handout. So keep your slide short, create a separate handout if needed, and write as many notes for yourself as you need. So let me share with you 4 principles on how to design our presentation. There are many other principles, but I'd like to share 4 only. Okay? So the first one is the Goldilocks principle. You know the story, the 3 bears. Goldilocks tasted 3 different bowls of porridge, and then she preferred the porridge that is neither too hot nor too cold, just the right temperature. Now, applying that same Goldilocks principle in designing our presentation, just provide the right amount of information. Not too much, not too little. I remember telling my students before who give oral presentation in my class, PowerPoint slide is free. Excuse me. You can use as many number of slides instead of squeezing all the information in one slide. It is not piso per slide. It's free. So use as many as you needed. Don't put everything in one slide. It's an eyesore. And we know attention of our students can be seriously hampered if teachers will just merely read long tracts of projected text. So Goldilocks principle. Not too much, not too little, just the right amount. Look at this bad example. Type of sentence are all flashed in one slide compared to this example where each concept is explained separately. Second principle is contrast. If things are not the same, then make them very, very different. Contrast between the sign elements makes a presentation stand out, get noticed. It creates a dramatic effect. So we use color, size, font type to make it significantly striking. For example, use dark letters on a light background. So you highlight it by tweaking the font size, color, and even the placement of image. Next is the image principle. Temple Grandin, a gifted individual, once said that she is a visual thinker. She is not a language-based thinker. Her brain is like Google Image. Incredible, right? And despite it being an old adage, it is nonetheless true that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we should use quality images better, not pixelated, not with watermark. For example, look at these two slides. One uses the image color palette while the other doesn't have. So image is not just for aesthetic purpose, but more importantly, to enforce meaning. And the last principle that I'd like to share is size. Highlight what is more important, what is more essential, based on the font size. Just like in newspaper, a headline purpose is to draw attention quickly and briefly give you an idea about the news. So similar principle can be applied whether using chalkboard or PowerPoint. That key points should always be highlighted in writing and even in spoken discourse. So to sum up, I've shared with you 4 principles, and there are other design principles that you can further research. But the bottom line here is that effective selection, design, and implementation of visual aids will increase our audience attention and help to vanquish death by PowerPoint. To learn more about this death by PowerPoint, you can Google David Phillips and listen to some of his additional tips about presentation style and speaking strategies. So we have to design with audience in mind to avoid or vanquish death by PowerPoint or whatever presentation style, Google Slide, Canva that you are using. So we're done with the first 2 tips. We have the voice and design principle. To continue, there's another study I'd like to share done by Dr. Albert Mehrabian. His study said that communication is 7% verbal and the rest is 93%. Do you believe in that? He then broke down that nonverbal communication component has 50% from facial expression, gesture, and posture, while 38% is from the tone of voice. So although his research has been criticized, well, obviously it overstates how much communication is really nonverbal. The point is a large part of communication is, well, somehow influenced or actually nonverbal. So going back to our guide questions in addressing attention, how do we hook, how do we get hold, how do we sustain students' attention? We can answer this by humanizing online teaching. So we apply the principles of humanized online teaching. Because there are times we don't see our students because their video is off and maybe they feel sometimes isolated and alone because we don't have physical interaction. So one way to resolve this is to humanize online teaching. According to Pacansky and Brock 2020, positive instructor-student relationship is important. And you can see in the illustration the formula there. So what are these 4 interwoven principles of humanized online teaching? First is trust. We cultivate student trust, for example, by practicing selective vulnerability. You know, you tell a story about your personal struggle that you worked through during this year, and students can relate to that. Second is presence. Involves intentional efforts to construct your authentic self through brief, imperfect videos to ensure your students know you are in this journey with them. Next is awareness. Learning about who your students are and how you can support them. And of course, empathy. Requires you to slow down, see things through your students' eyes without judgment, be flexible, and support them towards the goal. So given all these 4 principles, what are the practical tips. How can we concretize these principles of humanized online teaching? First concrete example is using a liquid syllabus, or you can call it course outline, subject matter budget, or all the topics covered for a quarter. For example, you can greet your students with a brief, imperfect video that includes a learning pack articulating what students can expect from the teacher and what will be expected of them. A list of week one due dates or tips for success. So we call that liquid syllabus. Not just the typical text-based, but you can record your voice or even your video. So let me show you an example done in Flipgrid by one of our teachers watching right now, my friend Rochelle Canosa Ganayo. She's a teacher from the city of Bacoor National High School, Georgetown, from SDO Bacoor. She's an English grade 9 teacher. So I asked her a simple favor to share a short video to demonstrate this tip of creating liquid syllabus. So let's watch this video.
Good morning, students. Welcome to my class. I am your English teacher for this year, Mrs. Rochelle C. Ganayo. And are you ready to become a better thinker? If you do, then hop into my class, listen very attentively, ask questions if you must, and at the end of the day, I want you to become a better thinker. So, see you there in my class.
All right, so thank you, Miss Rochelle Ganayo from Bacoor National High School, Georgetown. So in that example, we make them feel that I will be a partner in your learning. So for the second tip, so we can use the humanized homepage. You show them that you are welcome here. Third tip, make them feel that I want to know how to support you by doing a getting to know you survey. Fourth tip, using warm, wise feedback. Well, we all know feedback is critical to our students' continuous growth, but how you deliver feedback really makes a difference, especially in online teaching. We can follow the wise feedback model by Cohen and Steele that also supports growth mindset of TWEC 2007. So we can deliver our message, our feedback in voice, video, to include verbal and non-verbal cues and minimize misinterpretation. So in our feedback, we can include a reminder of high standards. So students are cued that mistakes are reflective of the subject's rigor as opposed to their abilities. The feedback may also include a personal assurance that informs the students they are capable and will improve with effort. And of course, a feedback must have specific actionable steps to work on. Feedback that moves forward. Okay, so let's look at this example. So as you can see on the screen, there is the fixed mindset opposed to growth mindset. Not everyone is good in math. Just do your best. And then the growth mindset, when you learn how to do a new kind of problem, it grows your math brain. Imagine if your teacher would say that. And with that formula, communicating high standards, effort, ability, plus specific action, then you are giving them a warm, wise feedback. Another example of humanizing online teaching. And the last but not the least is self-affirming icebreaker. So not just a typical icebreaker, but something that will help them reflect about their personality, something that will boost their confidence because you want to show that their values and experience matter. So to sum up, the third tip, nonverbal language is equally important as verbal communication. So keep in mind those principles and tips in humanizing online teaching. Therefore, with right voice, right presentation design, and body language or nonverbal language, this could make a difference. Game changer indeed. So at this point, which of these strategies do you find most important and relevant for you, dear teachers? Maybe you can share it in the comment section and let me check our comment section. Is it the voice, the non-verbal humanizing online teaching, or design with audience in mind? all, okay? Voice first. Number 3. Okay, Miss Virgie first. Okay. Miss Jeanette third. Danilo second. All are very relevant. Thank you, dear teachers. Now, all right, so let's just have a quick brain break by going to the washroom, refilling your coffee, or have a short stretch break by watching this Rainbow Breath video by Go Noodles. I love the Go Noodle website. It has a lot of video content that you can use in your subject. It's free and user-friendly. So I'll play this Rainbow Breath video by 2 to 3 minutes. After this, we will resume, dear teachers.
We can use our bodies to change how we feel. This exercise will teach you how to raise your energy and face your day. Close your eyes or keep them open. Have fun with it. Sit tall. You can be on the ground with your legs crossed or sitting at the front edge of your chair with your feet flat on the floor. Let your arms hang down at your sides. Open and close your hands a couple times to warm up your body. Now turn the palms of your hands so that they're facing forward and stretch your fingers long. Keeping your arms straight, slowly float them up from your sides. Feel how wide your hands can reach, to the side and then up. Reach a little higher if it feels okay for your body. Now let your arms come down and return to your sides. This time, if we match our breathing with our movement, it might help us to feel more alert, calm, more energized, and in control. Notice how you feel when you add your breath to your movement. Turn your palms out and reach wide for a bigger rainbow. Fill with air the whole way up. And if you need to take another breath at any time, go ahead, do that. It's all good. Once your arms are up, go ahead and exhale. Relax up there. Enjoy the rainbow. Your rainbow has faded away. Let's make another one as you come down. Breathe in to get ready. Breathe out and see the rainbow form as your arms float down to your sides. Let's do that 2 more times. Arms go wide and up with your in-breath. And the arms come down with your out-breath.
All right, so we're done talking about the first challenge, which is attention. Now let's focus on engagement. Who among here is plantita or plantito? Since this new normal, we saw a lot of people demonstrating their green thumb. And I salute you guys. Okay. So I also had a chance to be plantita. And I proudly present to you my plants. Meet my plants. Yay! So I'm very happy I planted. I reaped success against the zombies. Plants versus Zombies, an all-time favorite game. I really love this game for some reasons. This really keeps my energy high, and I'm really happy whenever I defeated the zombies and all my plants survived. So, on a serious note, we're talking about engagement, and our students crave challenges. Wouldn't it be a great idea if teachers' action can trigger some neurons in our brains that improve attention, memory, and learning at large? Well, it's not science fiction. It's real. We can do that. So we have this dopamine feel good brain chemical made by our brains because it plays a role in feeling satisfaction and joy, which is vital to our ability to plan and think. We also have the serotonin as mood stabilizer, and we don't like cortisol as stress hormone. Okay, so our goal is to increase dopamine, serotonin, and decrease cortisol. Now, how do you do that? According to Dr. Andrew Huberman, dopamine is evoked through play, humor, teamwork, and trickery. So for engagement, let's increase engagement through play, teamwork. And I'll leave to you the humor and trickery part. Let's just focus on play and teamwork. So these four games that I'll be showing with you, and there are other games that I'll be sharing with you, are ready-made templates. Okay? These are ready-made templates in PowerPoint and even in Google Slides. So I will later share with you the link, and you can just choose and select. My concern is that we don't want our students to open another tab or application just to be part of the game. This is my personal opinion, because if you will stick to a single application, then two things to consider. It helps in reducing data usage and user-friendly, both for the teacher and students, because you don't have to open and navigate many apps. I know you are using Mentimeter, Padlet, Kahoot, and other online applications just to provide some teamwork, some games to make the classroom engaging or the teaching engaging. But then, why not focus on just a single application? So I'll be showing with you classical games that I'm pretty sure you're familiar with, but probably some have forgotten to use because we're so engrossed into using other apps, when in fact we can just maximize our PowerPoint or even our Google Slides. And again, this is a ready-made template. So you just have to encode questions, and there, you have a game in your PowerPoint with your content, the game, you have the attention, you have the engagement without opening another tab or another application. So, for the first game, let's play the hidden picture. This is the first variation. You know, typically you give some words, or your students will give some words till they figure out the picture. It's a good practice for vocabulary. But then the second variation that I recommend is that teacher will start with a wicked question, like a thought-provoking question. Then students must ask related questions. Then as they form their own questions, you remove the box one at a time until they figure it out. Again, this is a ready-made template, so you will just change the picture. Okay? Now let me demonstrate it in science, even though I'm an English teacher. Okay, so let's try it in science. So this is my wicked question. How do we know if animals can see colors, class? And then the students will answer by formulating their own question. Teacher, do animals see all types of colors? Teacher, do all groups of animals see colors like amphibians, reptiles, mammals? How similar or different is the eye of a human from the eye of an animal? How can we see colors, teachers? Okay, until they finally figure it out that you are referring to a butterfly. Now, why did I show you this picture, class, the butterfly? Do you know that a butterfly has 15 kinds of light sensor in its eye? Then that's the start of your discussion. So the hidden picture there, it's embedded in your PowerPoint. You use it as a jumping board. And now you talk about color is a property of light. Light travels in waves, and the distance between two waves is called the wavelength, etc. So your simple hidden picture game became a jumping board to your discussion. Again, this is a ready-made template, and I'm sure you are familiar with this. I'm just reminding you, how do you maximize the games in your PowerPoint or Google Slide to avoid asking students to open different applications all at the same time, which will improve efficiency and help reduce data usage. Okay? Next is trackers. What if in the middle of the lesson, you just want to have an in-between checkpoint activity just to make sure they are still listening to you? So one suggestion is the use of the tracker, and this is for team effort. So this is how it looks like. Again, this is a ready-made template, so you don't have to make your own. You just have to find how you are going to incorporate this in your lesson. So points earned through team effort. You can group your class on a daily, weekly, monthly, Okay, quarterly basis, it's up to you which one works best. Okay, and then for example, you have four, let's say in my class, I group them into four houses. Okay, so we have the house of Gryffindor, the Ravenclaw, the Slytherin, the Hufflepuff. Or you can group them based on the squads, let's say in Clover Anime, the Golden Dawn, the Blackpool, Blue Rose, Silver Eagle, etc. Whatever is your student's interest, what works, okay? And then for every correct answer or commendable behavior, the group earns a point. So you have to be creative in naming the groups. And of course, you want everyone gets a reward. So how do we use this one? Okay, look at that. So for every point, okay, so just as simple as this one, you know, a bit of there's a challenge, there's competition, okay, and it's team effort. Okay, now there are other games, but I won't be discussing them in detail. So we have mystery box game, okay, so you have to keep or give the box so for every question, and then they get a point for that, okay. And then you also have the space race, okay. Again, all these templates are ready made. You just have to use them in your PowerPoint, in your Google slide, okay. So be creative. I like this space race. I don't know, for some reason, kind of geeky for me, but then I love it, okay. So you click, so you just put your question there, and then you have the answer, then you go back, and then which team got the correct answer, then they move forward. Who are fans of Star Wars and Star Trek? Okay. So you see. So games, increasing dopamine, serotonin through games and teamwork. Okay. Now, the biggest challenge, okay, in engagement is that nobody is raising hands. Nobody wanted to talk. At some point in our career, we've encountered that, you know, that awkwardly long silence when we ask a question to the class. So how do we increase engagement? Okay, so of course, we're going to use some hand raising strategies. Now, I wonder, teacher, what are your hand raising strategies? Okay, have you ever tried at the beginning of school year asking your students, what does it mean when your teacher is asking a question, class, and you are raising hand? And then majority would say, teacher, when we raise hands, we know the answer. Makes sense. Then have you also asked your students at the beginning of the school year, class, what does it mean when I ask a question and you are not raising your hands? What are you trying to communicate with me? Now, I'm asking you if you have explicitly raised these two questions because we need to understand their thinking. Why are my students raising their hands? Why are my students not raising their hands? Even though I am prepared, I have good questions, I come up with good activities, it seems fun for me, but still they are not participating. Nobody's raising hands. Scene zone. Okay? And maybe you get 4 possible responses from your students. 1, teacher, I don't know the answer. Acceptable. Teacher, sometimes we know the answer, but I don't want to be called on. You have this kind of students, you know, they know the answer, they don't just want to participate or raise their hands. Teacher, I think I know the answer, but I am not so sure. So I don't want to raise my hand. The worst one is, well, I would say, teacher, if we will just wait enough, you will give the answer anyway, and we will just move on. So there are 4 cases, and there are other reasons for not raising hands. So what can we do? Okay. First is that we have to communicate and establish explicitly to our learners that it's okay to raise hands even if you are not sure with your answer. Then you as a teacher is not there to judge that student, but rather you are there to listen and guide the whole class in discovering the right answer. Again, we have to communicate that explicitly to them. You know, it's part of setting expectations at the beginning of the school year. So students must realize that kind of positive growth mindset that you have, and you must communicate that explicitly. And with that kind of thinking, with that kind of routine you've established from the very start of your class at the beginning of the school year, you help them develop growth mindset. That act of raising hand as a student in my class is no longer means I just want to be called on teacher, but it is also a signal I think I might have an answer, teacher. Now, another way to invite them to speak up is to turn it into a game. Okay, so one is using this Pass the Paper. I got this from Evgeny Permyakov channel. I'll share the reference also. Here in this game embedded in our slide, you just have to click this and the music is gonna play. So once the music stops, the one who remains standing or the last student standing will be called. That music, okay? So you have a question. Okay, class. Okay, my question is, okay, nobody's raising hand. Let's play Pass the Paper. Okay, the last one standing, okay, will answer the question. Okay, so this time you use music, movement, and technology in simple PowerPoint or Google Slide. Now, what are the other alternatives in hand raising or hand raising strategies? Okay, the first one I'd like to share is, well, I love this. All stand, sit if. Okay, everybody stand up, class. Now sit down if you think the solution on the screen is correct. Or sit down if you would have agreed with Romeo's action. All stand, sit if. Next. Call one, warn one. This is a good strategy. Hey, Trisha, in 2 minutes, I'm going to ask you to identify the figures of speech in the first stanza. And then the teacher will review, okay, what are the figures of speech? After 2 minutes, okay, Trisha, you're up. Isa, you're next. And Rochelle, you're after Isa. So you gave them warning. You gave them time to think, to prepare for them to participate in your class. Okay? So that's the second alternative hand-raising strategy. Call one, warn one. Next is 8 hands or 8 raised hands. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's review characteristics of all living organism. I'm looking for 8 raised hands here in my gallery view, and I'm going to call 4. Volunteers, please. Again, not necessarily 8. It's up to you. You can have 5, 6, more or less. Okay? And the other alternative is tell me something else told you. It's a good listening strategy. So after a breakout session, you try to process what transpired in the group small discussion or in the small group discussion. So you can say, someone tell me something that someone else told them. Okay, kind of tongue twister there. Remember to cite your sources by telling me who told you and why you like that answer, or telling me why you agree or disagree with that answer. Okay, so tell me something else told you during your breakout session. Now this time, this might consume time. You might tell me, oh, that game might consume time or those hand-raising strategies. So let's do it more efficiently by using my favorite no hand up. Okay. This one, you can download it for free. It's easy to use. You can just search for Evgeny Permyakov and he will explain to you in less than 7 minutes on how you can use this app, or you can just Google it. Okay, I love the no hands up because first, it's easy to set up. Second, it can stay on your screen. Yes, it can stay on your screen. Let's say you are sharing your PowerPoint, then suddenly you want to switch to YouTube, then you want to share your screen of your Google Classroom, then your Google Drive. The no hand up can stay there on your screen. You just have to click Control T, Control Tango, and you can even tweak the size and strategically position the no hand up. You can see in that video how the no hand up randomly calls student. Again, free and easy to install in less than 5 minutes. Okay. So using random student selector like no hand up or even wheel of names, you are practicing equity, and at the same time, students are more attentive as anyone in the class may be called. I'm sure you are familiar with wheel of names, but again, you can use it more than just the names of the students. Like for example, in math, you want to ask your students to multiply whole number and fraction. So there are two wheels of names. The first is the whole number and then the fraction. And then they will just spin the wheel, you give the link, and then you give them the two factors that they need to multiply. So the wheel of name is not just limited for the names, okay, per se, but you can use it also, for example, in language. The first wheel is about the different objects, and the second wheel is about different types of figures of speech. So they spin the wheel. So I got this object, I got the figure of speech, then now I have to create my own example of figure of speech, okay? But again, for me, no hand up is way better because I can place it anywhere, even if I switch from one tab to another. I don't need to click the tab just to share my wheel of name, okay? And the wheel of name can be used in other activities. So now they're raising their hands, right? You have the routine, the growth mindset, you use a game like some sort of movement, music, alternatives to hand raising strategies, those four, and the no hand up plus the wheel of name. What do you think about these strategies? What are your hand raising strategies, teacher? How do you find these strategies? Okay. So, yeah, you can share in the comment section what are your hand raising strategies in online teaching. Have you communicated your procedures and expectations on how your students should participate in your online teaching? You can share your answers in the comment section. According to Ma'am Vivian, it consumes a lot of time. Yes, that's why we can make use of the different strategies, which one works best for our discussion. Okay, brilliant strategy. So again, you can stick with the technology or even without the technology. Okay, and use different strategies, but then make sure to explain it to your students. They won't be surprised. They are ready. Oh, teacher wants us to participate. Okay. Okay, next is student engagement. According to Jann, student engagement is higher when teachers talk less, especially for at-risk students. Do you agree? Student engagement is higher when we talk less. Well, according to Jann, the same person in his studies, Visible Teaching, he shared that teachers spend too much time talking. That's why we have the quality versus quantity, the curse of too much teacher talk. Of course, in biologic, right? If there's engagement, we see students more participative. There's more student talk. Okay, that's why that makes sense. Okay, student engagement is higher when teachers talk less. Now, let's look at this classic 3 turns common classroom exchange. Okay, you know the classic conversation in teaching, teacher asks, student will respond, and then the teacher will evaluate the answer. And this kind of conversation, this sequence is repeated thousands of times. Let's look at this conversation. So, teacher, what did you do last weekend, Carla? Carla said, we went to province and drive to beach. Teacher said, drove, Carla, drove. It's an irregular verb, remember? So here the teacher showed no interest in Carla's message, just in the language she used to express it. Okay, even though it's a language class, you know, this language, it was up for scrutiny. But outside the classroom, that kind of response, well, somewhat socially unacceptable. And yet many of us will call our classrooms communicative. So what do we need? I heard from our MC also that a listening teacher sets the tone for development of a listening culture in the classroom. Notice we have we have empowered our speaking right or ability. You know, in social media, we voice out our opinion in Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. But what about the listening culture? The listening skill? Have we tried to develop that? If the teacher values what the students say and show them that she does, they are far more likely to listen attentively to her and importantly to each other. There's a plenty of evidence that good quality talk often includes thoughtful silences as opposed to empty silences or embarrassed silences. You're familiar? Active silence versus empty silence. How's that? If a teacher chooses to put a good question into the air, students are likely need time to think, to consider and formulate a good answer rather than to rush out with something because the teacher, being impatient or the teacher wanting to get on to the next question because she's behind with her lesson plan. So this kind of silence that can grow after a good question promotes thinking. But before you reach that active silence, that thoughtful pauses, that wait time, which can be a golden moment, think about the art of questioning, teacher. So another strategy that you have to remember is the art of questioning. Maybe we've forgotten this because we are so engrossed using these fun tools and apps, and we forgot the kind of questions, the number of questions, when to ask these questions, and why do we have to ask these questions. We know about the architecture of questioning, you know, and I suggest you read about the Global Digital Citizen Foundation Critical Thinking Checklist. Again, you can Google Global Digital Citizen Foundation Critical Thinking Checklist as your reference on how you can transform the low power into high power. Even though it's the when, where, which, who, actually you can use it as high power type of questions. Okay? So at this point, I'd like to ask, how many questions do you ask in a lesson? What type of questions do you ask? Do you give wait time to your students before answering? That active silence, that thoughtful pauses. Do you consider that? Or do you just surprise them? Okay, Carlo, what's the answer? Okay? Or do you give that wait time because you gave them a good question that they need to think, they need to carefully construct their response? They say that planning questions prior to class discussion is necessary to ensure variety. Okay? And second, planning question is important to ensure that we are able to formulate divergent, high power type of questions. Because in reality, teachers, it's hard, it's difficult to formulate good questions on the spot, right? So if we do not plan in advance, we might end up just asking predominantly convergent or low power type of questions. Now, let's say, okay, teacher, I'm done with I'm done with my hand raising strategies. I know how to use my games. I come up with good questions, but then I cannot listen to all their answers all at once. I have 50, 60, 70, 80 students in my online class. So my suggestion now is to increase engagement by providing equitable collaboration and communication. Okay, and this time I'll be sharing with you 3 tools or online applications. Let me know if you're familiar with this, okay, to provide equitable collaboration and communication. Okay, so first one, anyone familiar in Flipgrid? May I see in the comment section who among here uses Flipgrid? So Flipgrid is a simple, free, and accessible video discussion experience where every voice matters. This is different from TikTok. First, it has features for academic to ensure that the space is safe for learning. So basically, it's a video discussion board that you can use for various activities. So you will post a video, for example, posing a question, explaining the concept, or just giving a warm welcome message or giving feedback. And then your students can also post and upload their video as part of their presentation, as given as their assignment, or as reaction. And there are many activities that you can use. Let's say you have reader response, debate, opinion, digital flashcards, assign a particular word, and they will visually model that word in a video recording using Flipgrid. Digital wax museum, they will research on the person, and in the final day, they will dress up like the character. Or instead of writing down the answer, they can answer your big question through a video. And others can listen to that if you will enable that feature. So for me, Flipgrid, it's a good platform that everyone can speak and share and react, and you can filter and monitor the response. And even put deadline, and you can use some tools to enhance the video. So I suggest teacher after this, Vincent, you can try checking Flipgrid. Again, it's free, easy to use, and my friend Rochelle Ganayo, who I showed an example of the liquid syllabus, she used Flipgrid in creating that video. Okay. Next is, I also suggest that we can provide equitable communication and collaboration using a Nearpod. Okay, so let me just play this video first.
Introducing Nearpod. With Nearpod, you can make every lesson interactive. Launch lessons your students can't wait to join, with collaborative, engaging activities like virtual reality, simulations, and gamified quizzes. As the teacher, you'll always know where your students are with Nearpod's formative assessments, including polls, open-ended questions, draw-its, and more. Get started with what you already have. Upload any of your favorite resources, PowerPoints, Google Slides, and videos, including directly from YouTube. Then, add in media and formative assessment in a few clicks. And now you can add questions directly into videos to make them interactive. Get started even faster with our library of pre-made lessons and videos, built in partnership with some of your favorite brands. You can use them as is or customize to meet the unique needs of your students. Once you're ready to launch your lesson, choose from 3 teaching modes. In live participation mode, you control the pace, and students participate on their devices, either in person or remotely with web conferencing. In student-paced mode, students move through and participate on their own, whether they're working from home or in class working in centers, stations, or groups. With front-of-class mode, you can use Nearpod without student devices and facilitate collaborative discussions. Imagine what you can do with Nearpod. Your students will love lessons that combine engaging media with collaborative ways for them to show off how much they've learned. You'll love unlocking student understanding in real time and having reports to inform the next day's instruction. You'll wonder how you taught without it. Learn more and get started for free at nearpod.com.
Okay, so as I think someone asked if Nearpod and Flipgrid are free. Yes, all the 7 online application tools that I'll be sharing with you are free. Definitely, we don't want to add another burden. Of course, again, I want user friendly. It's free. It's a safe space. It has good reviews in Common Sense Media org, and you can try it. So the Nearpod, you can just add it as a Chrome extension. You can download it in your Google Slide, and then your Google Slide or PowerPoint, Google Slide will transform into an interactive presentation. Okay, so instead of using Kahoot, Mentimeter, Padlet, everything is there in Nearpod. Again, it's free. You just have to explore and maybe search on YouTube on how you can make use and maximize Nearpod. The same also for Flipgrid. It's free, teacher. Okay? So another tool to provide equitable communication and collaboration is the Tweedukate. Familiar, teacher? Well, from the word Twitter. This is a replication of Twitter, but of course, again, this is a kind of online platform which is used for academic purpose. You can use it to collaborate, connect, and even embed additional functions. It's a free social networking application for K-12, and you as a teacher have control. You can filter and see their posts, and they can react. And they can limit their posts to 140 texts. So again, it's a good platform. It's free. Tweedukate. Okay? So we have 3: Nearpod, Flipgrid, and Tweedukate. Equitable communication and collaboration. What do you think about these online tools? Let me see some comments from our YouTube and Facebook. Are you familiar with these three online apps? Have you tried using this before? Okay. I'm seeing a lot of shout out and greetings here. Very active participants, teachers. Okay. So this time, I'll show you, okay, so we talk about engagement, right? So we have those strategies, increasing dopamine, serotonin by play, teamwork, and I leave to you the humor part and trickery. Hand-raising strategies, either with technology or without technology. Thinking about student talk versus teacher talk, the listening culture, the art of questioning, transforming low power to high power, planning your questions in advance, and don't bombard your students with so many questions. And of course, you want to listen to all the responses, then why not use equitable collaboration and communication platforms like Flipgrid, Nearpod, and Twiduke? Okay, so these are some strategies where we can increase engagement and we have control over this. Okay, we can practice this, we can work on this, teachers. Okay, this time, so yeah, it's already 10:15, so it's already 1 hour for me. But then I'll show you a sample routine of, let's say, how we can deliver a simple online teaching class. Okay. Again, this is just a sample. Of course, the nitty-gritty details, they are not perfect. Okay. So let's say I start with a welcome banner. Welcome back, my grade 7 students. I'm really excited for this 4th week, and I hope we will all have another amazing learning experience together. A quick reminder of our schedule, always refer to our weekly home learning plan. Now let's have the attendance. Kindly type in the chat box, I'm here. Also, I'd like to inform you that our class is recorded for monitoring purpose. And since it's Tremendous Tuesday, kindly answer quickly this check-in question. I feel good, I feel great, I feel tremendous because... I'll give you a minute to write in the chat box, in the Jamboard, in our Padlet or Mentimeter, whatever tool you want to use. Now this time, class, please access your digital notebook. Remember, on our first week of the school year, you all receive a digital notebook, and it's a shared Google Slides where you can write and edit your notes, our class, set our learning targets, and do a quick review. I've been reading your digital notebooks and I find your notes interesting because some of you exerted extra effort in using the annotation tools in our Google Slide digital notebook. I hope you find my feedback really helpful. Okay, so for example, I'll have my reading lesson. They're going to read 7th grade by Carrie Soto. Then as part of my silent reading in my class, I will ask them, class, access your digital notebook. Remember, we have a word detective notebook. So as you read silently, don't forget to choose one word so you can complete your word detective page after class, which is part of your digital notebook, Google Slide. Then after they answer that, okay, class, so we're done with the silent reading. Now, let's reread through reciprocal teaching. We will do it through a breakout session, small group discussion. Okay, so we will have groups of 4 and each member has 2 roles. The first set of roles, there will be a facilitator, scribe, timekeeper, technician. Again, class, we've discussed this and practiced this during the first week of the school year, so you know the routine, how we select and perform each role. Now, for the second role, okay, since this is a reciprocal teaching, there will be a questionnaire, a summarizer, a clarifier, and predictor. So, how do you turn in the group output or your submission? Okay, class, remember all materials, instructions, and groupings are found in the Google Classroom weekly announcement. Okay? And you can upload your recording in the folder I created for today's output, and we will have a discussion forum in the Google Classroom. So you can use Screencastify in your Google Slide in the breakout session or the local recording in the Zoom. And you can use the wheel of names to identify your role. So you know the drill, dear students, because we've talked about this in the first week of the school year. We've practiced this several times on how we do different groupings. Okay, and you can find all the instructions on our Google Classroom weekly announcement. Now, let's discuss the story, okay? So we're done with that small group breakout session. So we talk about direct characterization, indirect characterization. We give the low and high power questions. Then we use the different hand raising strategies. Okay, so let's say you still have time or you will extend your class on the following day. For our enrichment, let's answer our module, page 10. I want you to choose the best working environment for you. So I'm giving you 4. First, teacher's help room. Those who have more questions, concerns about our lesson, you can enter this link. Those who would like to talk with their peers, discuss the enrichment, you can enter the open group room. And those who just want to answer quietly but still interact with your classmates through chat box, you can use the quiet group room. And those who just want to work alone, you are confident that you can do it on your own, you can stay in the quiet room, in the plenary. So I'm giving them options. Okay, end to end. Okay, class, don't forget our assignment. So you can listen to the recording of others. You can answer the assessment. If you need additional support, just click here. Everything is posted in our Google Classroom. And don't forget to answer the sign-off question in our digital notebook, which is none other than Google Slide that I read and I give feedback to you. And if you want to listen again to my important announcement, just click the audio icon there that you see. There's the tool I use, the mode. Again, it's an awesome tool. It's free. You can record your voice to give instructions, to explain the concept, to give feedback. It's an add-on extension in our Google Slide, and even through email. Okay. So in that example, in that simple routine, I just want to show you that classroom management is another important factor in delivering online teaching. And we all know classroom management is all about organizing space, time, resources. How do you manage your online teaching, dear teachers? Have you thought about routines, structures, procedures, feedback, rewards, and consequences? Like, when do you allow them to go to the washroom? How do you ask them to participate? Can they turn on their mic? Can they turn on their video? When is that? Okay, how do you check your attendance? Everything. Okay, how do you give feedback? It must be planned and it must be explained to our students. So first tip is that, all materials must be accessible. If you notice in that simple routine that I showed you, the link for the breakout, the reading text, the worksheet, detailed instruction, groupings, links for the will name, how to submit output, how to record breakout session, timeline schedule, everything is posted in advance. Okay? All materials and instructions are shared ahead of time. They are reinforced through voice recording or micro video. Okay? Have you done this before? Providing the materials in advance. So your students can just download everything before entering your class. And they're all ready. It's not that during class hour, that's the time they will open the link, they will download, look for a teacher, I cannot find the link. They know the routine, they know the drill, okay? The second is students are familiar with procedures. So they know how you check attendance, how to perform during individual group work. They know how to participate when you when you use those hand raising strategies. They know how they can give feedback and you give feedback. So giving and receiving feedback, it's a two-way process. It's not just you teacher giving feedback, but even the students can give you feedback. And how you start and end class and how you participate in online and offline class. Again, everything must be explained, modeled, and practiced, especially on the first week of the school year. Okay? Next is students are empowered with choices. You give them work environment. Maybe there are times they just want to talk among their peers, not without the teacher listening. So you can create that room, teacher's room, students' room, quiet room. Think about how they turn in the assignment. Can they just upload audio, teacher? Because I cannot, I don't have enough data. Can they upload video, or they can turn in a handwritten assignment? Group dynamics, like How do you assign roles? Do you give them specific roles so that they won't just do any random thing during the breakout session? All procedures explain, model, practice. Okay? Students receive scaffold or support. So you give some helpline, teacher room, enrichment, voice recording for instruction, micro video for the main lesson. For example, it's a difficult concept in science or math and other subjects. Just a 5-minute video so they can always play it back. Okay, so this is what teacher trying to explain to the class. Okay? Again, explain, model, and practice. Then students know about rewards and consequences. The team effort using the tracker, virtual lunch buddies. Why not have, okay, class, we will have a virtual lunch together. Okay, who among here wants to join me for 20 minutes and we can talk anything under the sun? Okay, or you give some physical social tokens, correction. Again, everything explained, constantly reminded. And I also love the fact that both teacher and students communicate feedback. So you can use take a poll, midweek, help request, digital suggestion box. Let me show you some example. Fixes and tips, okay? So here, you're asking your students what needs to be fixed in lesson. Maybe she saw some errors or technical problem. She can answer that form. She knows that in the Google Classroom, she knows the link. Or you can have the help request form, okay? So if the student needs assistance, she can just click that Google form and then she will explain what kind of help, which subject, especially if you're the advisor. And you can also provide a midweek check-in form. What I love about midweek, it's not just at the end of the week, that's the time you will ask what's going on with them. But even during the middle of the week, like Wednesday, they will answer that. And then we just click how are they so far in different subjects. Okay? So you're giving them scaffold support, giving feedback. Okay? And all materials, teachers are accessible, right? You send an email, maybe in Google Drive, Google Classroom, QR code, Google Keep. They know which tools you are using. Don't just assume them that they know it already. Okay? First week of class, it must be explained, modeled, and practiced. And students are familiar with procedures. Like, for example, I'm using digital notebook. You can just use digital Google Slide, okay? The template. And giving feedback, let's say I'm tired of typing. This time I want my students to listen to my voice because, of course, it has the tone, it has the emotion there. So I will use Mode. Mode is a free tool that you can download in your Google Slide. You can record audio and send it through Google Mail, Google Slide, and Google Doc. So instead of writing feedback, listening to an audio recorded feedback using Mode is an awesome tool. Now, another concern of teacher is that sometimes, for example, I'm talking, the teacher is talking, and then suddenly someone's going to open her mic, and then there's the noise that will distract the rest of the class, right? It happens. So maybe at the first week of the class, you would say, every time that I hear a noise that interrupts our class, I'm going to play this music. So the students know that music. Like, for example, September, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Okay, just example. Now, the class knows already, someone is talking and she's supposed to mute her mic. While I'm playing the music, I'm just going to check the list of participants and I'm going to mute that. Okay? Instead of constantly telling my students, okay, please mute your mic, just play the music and then do it. Okay? And the no hands up, of course, we know that already, or the wheel of names, you love that. Monitoring breakout, you can use Screencastify, Screenmatic. These are free tools, teacher. You can just have to Google it, install it in your extension as an add-on extension. Okay, and there are different templates that you can use. You can check Teacher Esther Parch. You can follow her in Instagram and her YouTube channel. She's called Mrs. Park Shine. I love her template. She just makes use of Canva and, enhance her PowerPoint and Google Slide. So even without opening different tabs, the students, they're all there, focused on one application, your presentation. So you have for differentiated instruction, you have the hand signals, you can teach that for classroom management. You have the quiet work time. Look at that. They know what to do when you say quiet work time. I just want peace of mind. Okay, class, let's have a 5-10 minute quiet work time. Okay? And maybe every week or every month, you celebrate students who have accomplished their module, their tasks. Okay? That's one way of giving feedback, giving reinforcement. Okay? And different check-in question. Marvelous Monday, whimsical Wednesday, terrific Thursday, and feel good Friday. So what is my point here? Have you taught teacher about your classroom management? And when you say classroom management, where to get materials? What tools do I use? What type of support do I get? How do I participate? What are my choices? What are the rewards and consequences? How to receive and send feedback? Now, the best part here is that everything, especially for older students, it's better if you form these rules and procedures, structures, routines as an agreement, meaning you're not just imposing them, but you're also soliciting their suggestion on how you can create a smooth, effective online teaching learning environment. Okay, so, practice some democracy. Discuss this in your first few weeks. Okay, class, so here's what we're going to happen. These are my suggestions. What do you think about it? Okay, any idea, class? Do you want this rule? Do you want with this? Does it work for you? Is it convenient for you? Will you be able to access this tool? You have to ask that. You have to explain that. You have to communicate that to your teacher. Okay? So what's the basis of all these examples and strategies? Well, of course, unraveling the pedagogical beliefs and practices in the instruction, because every decision we make is supported by pedagogical theories or learning theories. And let's just revisit this. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this. Okay, but then as we revisit, I'm going to share additional apps or websites that you can use to enhance your instruction. Okay, so first is collaborative learning. And we all know the PIES acronym. Remember that? Positive interdependence, individual accountability, equal participation, simultaneous interaction. This is what is happening in our online teaching. We want PIES, equitable collaboration and communication. And one good example that I will recommend to you is the hypothesis.is. It encourages deep collaborative reading of web-based article with handy options for public or private use. So, meaning, for example, you want to annotate a website, you want to explain a website, and it can transform the website into something that they can annotate. And it's not just individual, but a group tasking. Okay? And then we also have the inquiry-based learning. I recommend the Nova-based. Okay? And then we also have the constructivist learning, the Google Arts and Culture. We also have the reflective learning, like communicating feedback using both to educate, and integrative learning, the art of questioning. Don't forget that, digital learning stations. And of course, we did some game-based learning, increasing engagement through play and teamwork, multi-sensory approach. Remember, they process audio, visual, tactile information differently, and social-emotional learning, how we humanize online teaching. Okay? So, the last tip, all of these strategies I shared with you are just near to you. Don't be overwhelmed. Remember to teach information in new ways, generate exciting content, provide accessible tools, and immediate positive reinforcement. Okay? So in summary, we had a 10-minute routine. I guess it was less than 5. We also had 9 key strategies. Remember that. 8 pedagogical approaches, 7 online applications, 6 research studies, 5 discussion questions, if you notice. Okay, we had 4 major aspects. We talk about attention, engagement, classroom management, and pedagogical understanding. We had 3 guide questions. How do you hold, sustain, and get hold of your students' attention? 2 common challenges in addressing interest and addressing attention and increasing engagement. And 1 last food for thought. These are 4 pieces of puzzles that we want to fit in to create a good picture of how we visualize our classroom in addressing attention. Voice, like a toolbox. Nonverbal language, designed with audience in mind. Increasing engagement. managing classroom, and pedagogical knowledge into practice. All of these will result in successful online teaching. You'll all be champions of online teaching. Okay, once again, thank you so much for listening. I'm sorry I extended with 15 minutes, but thank you so much. If you have any questions, just feel free to email me at anna.litonjua@deped.gov.ph. I'll be free to share with you the different references that I use for this presentation, and I think the team also has this uploaded in the LMS, so you can always revisit and watch this. Okay, once again, thank you so much, and have a great day. Okay, have a great start, keep that momentum, and end it with a bang. Okay, I know you're going to be awesome for this school year. Thank you so much, teacher.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am Anna Marlaine V. Litonjua. Sobrang dami nating napulot sa kanya, no, partner?
Tama. At gusto ko yung sinabi niya, keep that momentum going.
Mm-hmm.
Teacher Carla, ikaw ba, ano ang napulot mo sa ating first speaker for this morning?
Gusto ko yung sinabi niyang, voice is like a toolbox.
Oh, definitely. And alam nyo ba, teachers, itong kasama ko ngayon, the lady in red, wala lang po siyang maleta, pero may baon po siyang talento, just like every teachers that we have around. So, Teacher Carla, baka gusto mo naman bigyan kami ng sample dito.
Ano ba?
Sige, no, good mo yan. Gusto niyo po ba? Okay, narinig ko sila. Go. Okay. Katulad na ni Teacher Carla, lahat tayo, dear teachers, are very talented. Agree?
Yes.
Yung iba lang hindi pa natatap, yung iba hindi pa na-explore. So, huwag kayong matakot na gamitin ang talents na to in teaching. At isa pang bawat ko, Teacher Carla, is that teacher, kayo po is the best visual aid. So kung tayo po ay masyado lang po ganito, baka hindi nyo na po kami panoorin sa VINSET 2.0.
Yes, that's right.
Diba?
Nung ako college, sabi ng prof ko, teacher is the teacher himself is the best weapon.
Tama.
Yes.
Diba, Teacher Carla? And every voice matters. Okay, thank you so much. Napaka-meaningful. Ang bigat nun, malaman. At ngayon naman, Teacher Carla, dako na tayo sa isa pang strategy, innovation na pwedeng gamitin ng ating mga guro pagdating sa pagtuturo. Pero ang tanong kasi dyan, Teacher Carla, meron tayong mga remote areas na hindi naaabot ng signal, hindi naaabot ng TV. Ano ba ang pwede nating gawin para sa mga kabataan nito?
Nung nagsimula ang pandemic, meron akong mga friends na nasa remote areas and may share nila sa akin na nahihirapan nga daw sila mag-adjust sa new normal ng ating education. But I guess yung mga radio-based program na hinanda ng DepEd,
Tama.
like DepEd Radio and DepEd TV, I guess that's, those are big help para sa ating education.
And this next session, dear teachers, will be all about radio-based instruction for reaching far-flung areas. Diba, Teacher Carla? And let me introduce our next handsome speaker. Our speaker for today is a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education from Benguet State University. At present, he is a teacher of 3 from Bolinao Integrated School in Pangasinan and currently detailed as an educational technology specialist in the central office here in the Department of Education. He is also katropa natin as a national teacher broadcaster of DepEd TV and a national demonstration teacher, a member of the Kapisanan ng Broadcaster ng Pilipinas and the assistant project lead of ETULAY, the online tutorial program of DepEd ICTS and Tech Unit. Ito pa, he is a Google certified educator for levels 1 and 2, a Microsoft certified educator and Microsoft Azure AI Fundamentals passer. He is well known because of his amazing voice. Wow, bagay kayo siguro mag-do-it dito. Which gave him the opportunity to create voiceovers for the projects of the EdTech unit. He is in charge of the radio-based instruction project for DepEd Radio. Para kwentuhan tayo kung ano-ano mga lugar na mayroong radio-based instruction, please welcome the handsome Mr. John Wilbur C. Gale.
Hello po. Ayan, talagang merong the handsome, sir. Ayan, so thank you so much, Sir Avengel and Ma'am Carla. Good morning. Isang napakagandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Sa mga teachers po na nakasubaybay sa ating virtual INSET 2.0, isang masayang pagbati po para sa inyo. Kung sa klase, laging mga batang inuuna natin, ngayon, kayo naman ang bida. Ang mga topic ng ating virtual INSET ay pinili po para sa inyo. Kaya saang sulok ka man ng Pilipinas, mula ka man sa Luzon, Visayas o Mindanao, welcome na welcome ka dito. Yan, so radio-based instruction. Hindi na ito bago sa atin, hindi na bago sa pandinig. Alam natin na isa ito sa mga modalities natin. Pero marami pa rin ang nagtatanong, Sir, pwede ba sa amin ito? Sir, pwede ba na, kumbaga, Sir, paano ito ginagawa? Sir, required ba na magtayo kami ng RBI o radio-based instruction? Yung iba nagtatanong, Sir, hindi ba kaunti na lamang ang gumagamit ng radyo ngayon sa panahon na ito? Napakaraming mga tanong ang tungkol dito sa RBI na ito. Kaya sa session natin, sana malinawan natin ang mga ito. Again, welcome to my session, the radio-based instruction, reaching far-flung areas. Kung mapapansin nyo, i-emphasize na natin dyan nasa baba, reaching far-flung areas. Kasi yan po yung main focus ng ating RBI. So, usapang radyo na naman. Naalala nyo pa ba kung kailan kayo last na gumamit ng radyo? Well, para saan ba ginagamit ang radyo? Kailan ba natin ginagamit yung radyo? Ngayon, tanungin natin, kailan ba natin gagamitin ang radyo sa pag-aaral? Napakarami pa rin kasing lugar sa ating bansa dito sa Pilipinas ang hindi naaabot ng internet. O sabihin na natin, napakabagal ng internet. Hindi naaabot ng signal ng TV. Yung iba nga, hindi pa rin naaabot ng kuryente. At sa mga lugar na ito, radyo pa rin po ang kanilang ginagamit upang makasagap ng mga impormasyon o balita sa kanilang mga lugar. At kadalasan sa mga lugar na ito, bawat pamilya po, bawat tahanan ay merong mga nakatagong mga radyo, usually battery operated yan. At yun po yung ginagamit nila para updated po sila sa mga nangyayari. Kaya naman isinama ng ating kagawaran ang paggamit ng radyo upang maihatid ang edukasyon sa mga batang nais na matuto sa mga lugar na ito. And so at the end of this session, the participants should be able to identify RBI as a modality in blended learning, and then define RBI and its types. So mamaya mapapag-usapan natin lahat yan. Let's first talk about the radio-based instruction as part of the blended learning. Sabi dyan, the blended learning delivery modalities was launched by DepEd in response to the disruption of classes due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, kailangan nating aminin, it was unexpected. We were unprepared. I mean, there's no face-to-face classes. So, paano natin maitutuloy yung edukasyon? Yun ang tanong natin nung una. So, the Department of Education came up with the idea to blend the learning delivery modalities. Yes, isa po ang face-to-face sa mga modalities. Pero since bawal pa po, kailangan nating i-blend yung mga modalities at ito yung sabi natin yung distance learning. So mag-aaral muna tayo nang wala sa school. Nandun tayo sa ating mga kanya-kanya nating mga tahanan. And here are the modalities for the blended distance learning. Kung mapapansin nyo dyan sa kaliwa ng ating slide, andyan ang online distance learning. Pag-uusapan muna natin itong blended distance learning bago yung mismong RBI para ipasok natin. Kumbaga, pag-usapan natin, paano ba siya pumapasok dito sa blended distance learning. Sa online distance learning, pwede yan ang online classes, synchronous man o asynchronous, sumasabay man o hindi. Modular distance learning naman sa gitna. Ito yung merong copy yung bata ng kanilang mga modules. Pwede yan printed, pwede rin digital. And yung ikatlo, TV or radio-based instruction. At dito naman sa TV or radio-based instruction, napapanood nila yung mga lessons nila or napapakinggan nila yung mga lessons nila. So, ang kailangan natin gawin dito, pagsasama-samahin natin yung mga learning modalities na ito para mas maging epektibo. Halimbawa na lang, ito. Blended distance learning, nandiyan ang DepEd Online. Sa DepEd Online, una pa, ito ay para sa lugar na pwede natin sabihin, malakas yung internet, para sa mga lugar na may gadgets sa mga bahay like computers, laptops, tablets, and cellphones. So, sa mga lugar na ganyan, usually sa mga syudad, sa mga malalakas yung net, ito ang ini-encourage natin. DepEd Online, and ibe-blend natin siya sa modules. Ano ba ang DepEd Online? Maaari natin sabihin parte ito ng yung online classes na ginagawa ng mga bata ngayon. Ang paggamit ng DepEd Commons, parte din yan ng DepEd Online. Ano ba yung DepEd Commons? Sabi natin, dito na-download ng libre yung mga learning materials, pwede yung mga open educational resources, yung mga video lessons, naka-upload din po dyan. So, pwede ma-download yan na kahit wala kayong load. Ang ETULAY Online Tutorial ay parte rin po ng DepEd Online na pwedeng sumabay yung mga bata habang o kung gusto nilang matuto pa sa kanilang mga aralin. So, sinasabayan natin yung DepEd Online ng mga modules para mas matuto pa yung mga bata. Usually dito, kung kaya nila yung online, in-encourage natin na yung modules nila ay digital na rin. Since meron naman silang mga gadgets. So, para less printing din po tayo. Next one is DepEd TV. Ibe-blend natin siya sa mga modules. So nakapag-produce na po ang DepEd TV ng napakaraming episodes na maaari nating mapanood sa telebisyon o pwede rin gamit ang internet. Ang mga episodes na ito ay high quality at dumaan na sa mga quality assurance para sa mga lugar na pwede natin sabihin mabagal ang net pero malakas pa rin yung signal ng television, mayroon silang cable network or kayang-kaya ng satellite dishes nila yung sa mga TV, hinihikayat natin na gamitin nila ang DepEd TV na ibe-blend sa paggamit ng kanilang modules. Kung kaya pa rin ang paggamit ng digital na modules, ini-encourage natin yan. At kung wala naman, sa printed na tayo. And the last resort, eto na, si DepEd Radio at ibe-blend natin siya sa modules para sa mga lugar na walang internet o napakabagal talaga ng internet, walang signal ng TV, dito pumapasok ang DepEd Radio. Dahil signal ng radyo ang pinakamadaling masagap kahit sa mga bulubunduking lugar, naisip ng DepEd na gamitin ito bilang isang modality. Sa pamamagitan ng radyo, nakikinig yung mga mag-aaral habang nagsasagot sila sa kanilang mga dito printed learning modules na talaga. Kasi ine-expect natin na hindi ganun yung mga gadgets nila. So, magfo-focus na tayo ngayon sa radio-based instruction. Radio is the technology we use for communicating using radio waves. We use it for information dissemination or playing music. Alam ko naranasan nyo na gumamit ng radyo, lahat naman siguro tayo. Sigurado ginagamit nyo ito, pwede nakikinig kayo ng music, pag nalulungkot kayo o gusto yung para may background music kapag naglalaba kayo o kung anong ginagawa nyo, minsan nakikinig tayo sa radyo. Pwede rin pag nakikinig tayo ng mga balita, kung may bagyo ba, kung meron bang mga bagong balita sa ating pamahalaan, mga ganyan, nakikinig po tayo ng radyo. Pwede rin po sa entertainment. So hindi natin maikakaila na malaki ang naging epekto ng radyo sa atin lalo na nung hindi pa masyadong uso yung TV. Alam ko na try nyo na makinig sa mga radio drama. Mapapansin nyo sa mga radio drama, ang kailangan lang nila doon is boses, sound effects, at kapag napakinggan nyo yung radio drama, actually napakaganda. Kumbaga na-imagine nyo na kung ano yung nandun sa istorya. Tandaan ninyo, sa panahon na gamit ang mga radyo, gamit na gamit din ang imahinasyon ng mga tao. Napakagandang nito. Kumbaga, sa radyo kasi gumagana yung imagination natin. Kaya siguro umabot din tayo dito sa panahon natin na ganito, bunga yan ng mga imahinasyon ng mga nauna pang mga kumbaga mamamayang Pilipino. Bunga yan ng mga imahinasyon natin, ng mga nauna, di ba? At sa paggamit natin ng radyo, para sa pagtuturo na ibibigay natin ang dekalidad na edukasyon sa mga bata, lalo na sa last mile schools. Paano natin ito gagawin? So, papakita ko sa inyo, mag-share ako ng isang video na ipapakita natin kung paano ang halimbawa ng radio-based instruction. So unahin natin ang paggamit ng two-way radio. So panoorin po natin ito.
Magandang araw Pilipinas! Ako si Sir Jeff at nandito tayo ngayon sa bagong sikat integrated school dito sa SDO Nueva Ecija.
At ako naman po si Sir Wilbur at samahan nyo kami na alamin kung paano na isakatuparan ang isa sa mga paraan ng pagkatuto sa ilalim ng tinatawag na blended learning.
Ito ang two-way radio o walkie-talkie kung saan nagiging konektado ang mga mag-aaral sa kanilang mga guro kahit walang internet.
At Sir Jeff, isa sa mga ginagamit ng ating mga mag-aaral ay ang printed modules at dahil sa two-way radio ay direkta na nilang nakakausap ang kanilang mga guro.
Kaya naman alamin natin Sir Wilbur kung paano ito magiging posible sa iba't ibang dibisyon at paaralan dito sa buong bansa. Kaya naman kasama natin ngayon ang proponent ng two-way radio dito sa bagong sikat integrated school, walang iba kundi si Ma'am Melody Mariano, Master Teacher 2.
Malaki po ang naitulong ng two-way radio sa aking pagtuturo ngayong panahon ng pandemya. Hindi ko lamang po sila nahatiran ng kaalaman at nagkaroon po kami ng malayang talakayan patungkol po sa mga aralin na dapat nilang matutunan. Bukod po dito, nagkakaroon po kami ng malayang kumustahan. Ang mga bata ay malayang nakapagsasabi ng kanilang kalalagayan sa panahon ng pandemya, na kung saan ang mga bata ay nagiging masaya sa kanilang pag-aaral sa pamamagitan po ng two-way radio. Sa pamamagitan po na to, nagkaroon po ng mga pag-aaral, talakayan, at mga gawain na kung saan ang mga bata ay nagkaroon ng development, hindi lamang po sa kanilang intellectual, kundi sa kanilang emosyonal at lalo't higit ang kanilang spiritual. Sa akin pong mga paghahanda sa aking klase, akin pong inihahanda ang learning activity sheet nila. Ang mga aklat na kanilang gagamitin ay nasa kanila na po. Nasa mga mag-aaral na, sinisigurado ko po na ang two-way radio nila ay full charge sa buong magdamag, gayon din po ang akin. At nagkakaroon din po ng iisang frequency sa bawat mag-aaral at gayon din po sa aking radio. Nagkakaroon din po ako ng set of rules na kung saan sinusunod po ng buong klase. Ang mga bata ay kinakailangang sabihin ang kanilang pangalan bago po sumagot sa aming mga talakayan. Sinasabi ko din po ang mga gawain na dapat nilang tapusin at kung kailan po ito dapat ipasa. At ang panghuli ay kinakailangang magkaroon po kami ng agreement kung saan ay magkaroon ng patuloy na pag-aaral sa susunod na mga araw.
Isang malaking tulong po ang paggamit ng two-way radio sa aming mga mag-aaral. Dahil sa kabila ng pandemya, patuloy pa rin kami natututo at nagagabayan din ng aming guro. Gayon din ng aming mga tagapaggabay sa aming tahanan.
Tuloy pa rin po ang aking pag-aaral kahit po nasa bahay lang ako. Hindi po naging hadlang ang pandemya dahil po sa tulong ng two-way radio. At salamat din po sa tulong at gabay ng aming guro.
Malaki po ang naitulong po ng two-way radio sa aming pag-aaral ngayong pandemya. Kahit po wala pong pasok sa eskwelahan, para ko na rin pong kaharap ang aming guro. Na ipapaliwanag niya po ang mga aralin na nasa learning activity sheet at libro. Hindi po naging ganun kahirap ang aming pag-aaral dahil po sa two-way radio. At bukod po sa natututo, para ko na rin po kasama ang aking mga klase.
Ang ideya ng two-way radio ay nagsimula sa ating Teacher Melody, Master Teacher 2 ng bagong sikat integrated school noong magsimula ang pandemya. Ang kanyang mga aaral ay hindi nakasasagot lahat sa kanilang mga aralin na ipinadadalang mga module. Naisip niya na makalaking bagay kung ang kanyang mga mag-aaral ay matututo ng higit pa sa dapat. Dahil dito, naisipan niya ang paggamit ng two-way radio. Subalit, malaking problema ang kanyang kinakaharap dahil walang kakayahan ang mga magulang na bumili ng two-way radio. Dahil dito, ay nagpadala siya ng mga sulat sa kanyang kaibigan sa luwag. At ang kanyang mga kaibigan yon ay tumugon naman. Sila ay nagpadala ng mga kaukulang halaga upang makabili ng two-way radio na inabot ng 40,000 pesos.
Wala nang si Teacher Melody ay lumapit sa akin at sinabi niya yung maganda niyang natuklasan paano matututo ang kanyang mag-aaral sa kabila ng pandemya ang ating kinakaharap. At yung fact na ang Gabaldon ay isa sa dulong bayan ng Nueva Ecija, ito ay bulubundukin, mahirap ang signal, no? Hindi stable ang internet connection. So, pinag-aralan namin itong maigi and we find out na talaga naman pong effective ito. And so, with the help of her school heads and the rest of the school heads ng Gabaldon, kami ay humanap ng mga stakeholders para makapag-provide kami ng mga units ng two-way radio sa aming mga mag-aaral. And ang aming punong bayan naman ay very positive sa proyektong ito. Kaya hindi naging mahirap sa amin na mga punong guro at guro ng Gabaldon na makahanap ng iba't ibang stakeholders. Sa una, ito hindi talaga madali. So, practice talaga, lalo na sa paggamit, lalo na sa ating mga mag-aaral kasi hindi naman sila na-use na gumamit ng ganitong gadgets kasi kakaiba ito sa usual na cellphone na kanilang hawak-hawak araw-araw. So, naging matagumpay ito una sa lahat dahil sa pagsisimula, naging positibo naman ito sa mga parents at maging sa mga mag-aaral na talagang dumarating din yung kapaguran nila sa pagsagot ng mga module sa araw-araw. So medyo marami kasi and this two-way radio talaga nagbigay ng inspirasyon sa kanila at nabuhay dahil muli nilang narinig ang tinig ng kanilang guro.
Ilang panibagong district supervisor ng SDO Ubuntu namin ay ipagpapatuloy po natin ang programang two-way radio sa lahat ng mga paaralan dito sa ating nasasakupang distrito. Ito ay ating gagawin sa pakikipagtulungan sa ating mga stakeholders, lalong-lalo na sa ating local chief executive. Sa pundong manggagaling sa ating Special Education Fund ay ating hihingin sa ating mga kasama sa SEF na ponduhan ang mga kagamitan na gagamitin ng ating mga mag-aaral sa buong mga paaralan dito sa ating bayan. Upang ang programang ito ay magpatuloy para sa ating mga batang mag-aaral. Ito ay gagawin natin sa pamamagitan ng pag-ugnayan sa lahat ng mga stakeholders, sa mga PTAs at sa ating mga kababayan na may puso tumulong sa ating mga batang mag-aaral.
Ang two-way radio sa SDO Nueva Ecija ay isang hakbang ng Curriculum Implementation Division for us to reach out to our learners. Ito ay ginagamit hindi lamang sa isang subject, kundi sa lahat ng subject areas. Ginagamit ito ng mga guro upang marinig nila ang mga boses ng mga bata at ang mga bata naman naririnig nila ang boses ng mga guro. Ito ay maganda, lalo na sa mga last mile schools na walang internet, wala silang TV, walang ibang gadgets.
Napakahalaga po nung naging experience natin, lalong-lalo na ang mga bata sa Gabaldon District kung saan doon po ay nagsimula ang two-way radio na kung saan ay nakakuha sila ng sponsor na nag-donate po parang local government unit ng Gabaldon na kung saan sila po ay nakapagsimula na gumamit ng two-way radio especially doon sa mga remote areas natin na kung saan sila ay kabilang sa last mile school. So sa pamamagitan po nung through the help nga ng ating SPS at saka ng ating accountant, pinagkalooban po natin sila ng pagkakataon o opportunity na magamit yung kanilang MOOE sa pagpapatayo ng mga antena. Kung sila ay magtatayo ng antena sa mga cluster school. Upang sa ganon ay mas lalong mapaganda at mapagbuti yung paggamit ng two-way radio sa ating mga paaralan. Ako po ay naniniwala na sa pamamagitan nito ay maihahatid natin ang tamang edukasyon para sa ating mga mag-aaral, lalong-lalo na sa mga malayong lugar tulad po ng Gabaldon. Maraming salamat po.
One of the difficulties for a learning modality like ours is the assurance that learning is happening because we cannot see our pupils, our students. Nakikita lang natin yung kanilang interaction to their performance tasks, their quizzes in a what we call that, sa paper and pencil, something like that. But we cannot really see whether there is learning or not. And so I think one of the best thing that we did especially in Gabaldon, Nueva Ecija, is that we came up with an idea that we will use two handheld radio, two-way radio, wherein each students and the teacher, of course, will have a unit and they can communicate freely. So directly nalalaman ng guro kung ang bata ay nalalaman yung lesson or not. At the same time, kikita po natin yung kalagayan ng bata. Kung ang bata ay stressed na siya or depressed, and so we are doing psychological first aid immediately. I think all the schools out there that have the same or a better innovation, just tell your stakeholders, especially your LGU executives, that you need those things. At sigurado tutulungan po kayo.
Pag gusto, maraming paraan. Kapag ayaw, maraming dahilan. Tunay nga na maraming paraan ang maaari nating gawin upang hindi matigil ang pagkatuto ng bawat batang Pilipino.
Isa na nga dyan ang paggamit ng two-way radio upang maabot ang bawat sulok ng Pilipinas. Dahil hindi titigil ang DepEd na abutin ang bawat kabataang Pilipino. Dahil ang edukasyon ang tanging paraan upang maabot nila ang kanilang mga pangarap. Muli, ako si Sir Jeff.
At ako naman si Sir Wilbur, para sa bata,
para sa guro,
at para sa bayan.
Sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong edukalidad.
Ayan. So maraming salamat po ulit sa bagong sikat integrated school sa pag-welcome po sa amin dyan sa Gabaldon, Nueva Ecija para maipakita po at mai-showcase natin yung paggamit ng handheld two-way radio o yung walkie-talkies. So maraming salamat po sa SDO Nueva Ecija, sa kanilang SDS na si Sir Jesse D. Ferrer, ang mga ASDS, Ma'am Mina Gracia Acosta and Sir Ronilo Hilaro, CID Chief Ma'am Jane Garcia, SGOD Chief Sir Luis Calison, to all the teachers and especially to SDO Gabaldon Annex and Bagong Sikat Integrated School teachers, students, and administrators, maraming salamat po sa pag-welcome po sa amin dyan. So, i-share ko lang po sa inyo nung pumunta po kami doon sa Nueva Ecija, sa Gabaldon po, papunta pa lang po kami, kumbaga nagandahan na po kami doon sa ganda ng mga bundok. I think it's Sierra Madre, di ba? So, napakatataas ng mga bundok. Actually, yun din yung dahilan kung bakit napakahina ng signal doon. Naalala ko pa meeting namin yun, pero nakakat kami, nadidisconnect kami dahil sa signal. So, of course, kompleto yung papers namin and then nagpa-swap kami para safe at nakausap namin doon si Ma'am Melody. Ang kwento ni Ma'am Melody, nag-umpisa po ito sa, syempre, may challenge po sa pagtuturo ngayong pandemic. Lahat naman po tayo na-experience yan. So, nag-isip si Ma'am Melody, ano ba yung mga pwede nating gawin? Anong pwede niyang gawin para maituro pa rin yung mga lessons nila sa kanilang mga estudyante? So, yung tatay ni Ma'am Melody ay dati ring guro at nagsiserve na ngayon sa barangay. At kumbaga, inopen ng kanyang tatay, bakit hindi nilang gumamit ng two-way radio na kanilang ginagamit sa barangay? So si Ma'am Melody, trinay niya yan, kumbaga sinubukan, nagharap ng paraan para mabigyan ng two-way radio ang mga bata, and then syempre yung sarili niya, and then nung nakita ng iba yan, so inadapt na nila. So napaka-effective po ng paggamit ng two-way radio. So ang maganda dito sa two-way radio, imagine na lang, sa ating nasa syudad, ang ginagamit po natin ay online learning. Nakakausap po natin yung teachers natin and then yung students at sasabi natin sa students yung gusto natin sabihin, may feedback din po. Nakakausap din tayo ng mga students natin. So, ganun din po dyan sa two-way radio. Pag nagsalita ka, pwede pong may feedback. So, yun po ang maganda doon. May mga dapat lang pong tandaan. Since isa sa mga challenge po talaga doon sa Nueva Ecija, sa Gabaldon, ay kumbaga sobrang hina yung internet. Actually, pwede naman sana yung DepEd TV na gawing modality doon. Ang problema ay, kumbaga, sobrang dalas ng brownout. Yun ang isa sa mga challenge doon. At hindi rin ganun kalakas ang signal ng TV. So, ang ginagawa po nila Teacher Melody ay gabi pa lang, charge na po nila yung mga two-way radio nila para kapag nag-start sila ng umaga, talagang fully charged po yan at hindi sila malulobat kapag nagkaklase po sila. Isa rin pong tinatandaan ng mga estudyante at mga guro doon ay kailangan nakaset po yung frequency. Siguro yung iba sa inyo, ano ba yung frequency? Ito pa yung mga numbers na kumbaga sineset doon sa radyo. Para kapag kumbaga same yung frequency ninyo, same yung frequency ni teacher, ni learner, kung ano yung naririnig doon, yun din po yung naririnig sa kabila. So kapag nagsalita si Teacher Melody, naririnig po yan ng lahat ng mga estudyante niya. So ganun po ang nangyari doon. And then, syempre, inihahanda rin yung mga modules. Ang ginagamit po nila Teacher Melody dito ay talagang mga printed learning modules. And then, yung mga books na dinistribute na nila sa kanilang mga mag-aaral noon pa. So, yan po ang halimbawa ng paggamit ng two-way radio. Actually, nagbabasa ako ng mga comment kanina. Marami pong mga nag-share kanina. Yes po, meron pong two-way radio dito sa amin. Napakaganda pong gamitin. Ang dami ko pong nababasa mga ganyan. So, actually, saludo po ako sa mga schools division offices na nagpatupad na po ng mga ganitong bagay. So, kumbaga, congratulations po. Nagagawa po natin yung mga ganitong bagay para po sa mga estudyante natin. So, the two-way radio or walkie-talkies has become more effective for last-mile schools. Actually, yung walkie-talkie, itong two-way radio, mas ginagamit natin siya sa mga yung literal sa last mile schools. Yung kahit yung mismong signal ng FM stations ay kumbaga hirap abutin. Dahil ang two-way radio, limited lang po ang kanyang range. Siguro nasa 3 to 5 kilometers. Ito po yung talagang ginagamit natin. Kung halimbawa, nandun sa school, yung teacher, at yung mga bahay ng mga estudyante niya ay nasa radius lamang ng 3 to 5 kilometers. Ngayon naman po, panoorin naman natin ang radio-based instruction na ginagawa po sa Bicol. Ayan, so wait lang po ha. Ayan, panoorin po natin.
Ang SDO Tabaco ay naniniwala na ang karapatan sa kaalaman ay para sa lahat. Sa makabagong panahon, ang karunungan ay hindi na lamang nagaganap sa 4 na sulok ng classroom. Maaari na rin itong masaksihan sa iba't ibang anyo ng multimedia tulad ng radyo at telebisyon.
Noong taong 2010, nakapaglunsad na ang SDO Tabaco ng radio-based instruction na naglalayong makapaghatid ng alternatibong programang pang-edukasyon sa pamamagitan ng distance learning modality na magbibigay ng kalidad na karunungan sa mga mag-aaral. Sa kasalukuyan, maririnig pa rin ang SDO Tabaco RBI sa 47 barangay sa Lungsod Tabaco at buong probinsya ng Albay at sa mga karatig bayan at probinsya nito na iniere ng Sky Radio 93.1. Sakop nito ang mga estudyante sa Alternative Learning System at mga mag-aaral na kabilang sa Inclusive Education.
Ano nga ba ang layunin ng RDI sa panahon ng krisis pangkalusugan? Layunin nitong maprotektahan ang kalusugan at kapakanan ng mag-aaral, magulang, guro, at mga kawani ng kagawaran ng edukasyon na dala ng bagong normal.
Masigurado at maisakatuparan ang pagkatuto ng mag-aaral na walang access sa internet connection at walang sapat na kagamitang panteknolohiya na mahalaga sa proseso ng pagkatuto.
Mapalawak ang sakop ng edukasyon na magsisilbing tulay upang matamasan ng mag-aaral ang kalidad na edukasyon.
At makapagbigay ng higit pang oportunidad sa mga tagapakinig nito upang matumbasan ang pangunahing pangangailangan sa edukasyon ng mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng broadcast lessons.
Sa SDO Tobacco Radio-Based Instruction, naniniwala kami, anuman ang hamon ng panahon, tuloy pa rin ang edukasyon.
Bagong paraan ay ating gamitin. Edukasyon ay bigyang pansin. Kaalaman ay ating pangpag-ibayuhin.
Sa kabila ng hamon ng COVID-19, kalidad na edukasyon ay sisiguraduhin. Bagong normal ay ating harapin. Sumabay sa ihip ng hangin. Kung gustong matuto, maraming paraan. Nandito si teacher, handa kang alalayan. Krisis man o pandemya pa ang dumaan, hindi ka namin bibitawan. Halika, ipagpatuloy ang laban para sa hangad na karunungan. Guro inyong gabay, handang umagapay. Kami inyong gabay, handang umalalay.
Wala bang access sa internet or gadget sa bahay? Huwag nang malumbay. Radyo ang magiging tulay. Nasaan ka man, tinig at kalaman ang aming ibibigay. Kaya't ano pang hinihintay?
Makinig na at umantabay sa SDO Tabaco City Radio-Based Instruction. Tara, magsimula na tayo! Magandang araw mga bata! Isang masayang araw ng pagkatuto ang sanay sumainyo.
Inaasahan kong handa na ang inyong mga kagamitang pampaaralan para sa ating talakayan.
Muli natin tingnan ang mga larawan at ating alamin ang iyong mga naging sagot.
Kung ang sagot mo ay pagpapanatili ng kalinisan, magaling! Tama ang naging sagot mo! Sana ay marami kayong natutuhan sa ating talakayan. Muli ako ang inyong guro sa radyo, Binibining Rhyme.
Sulong Edukalidad! Sulong Edukalidad! Bagong normal ating harapin. Sumabay sa ihip ng hangin. Bagong paraan ating tuklasin. Edukasyon ay bigyang pansin. Kaalaman ating pag-inahin.
Kami ang inyong guro sa radyo. Paalam hanggang sa muli!
Ayan, so mapapansin nyo dun sa radio-based instruction ng SDO Tobacco, kumbaga piling-piling yung mga kasama po doon, talagang napakagaganda po ng mga boses. And actually, isa sa mga kinabibiliban natin dito, 2010 pa lang, nag-start na pala ang radio-based instruction ng SDO Tobacco. So usually, inumpisahan nila yan, ang sabi nila, inumpisahan nila yan sa mga alternative learning system na klase. And then, since merong pandemya, talagang itinuloy-tuloy na nila ito. At napakagandang proyekto po niyan. Maraming salamat po sa SDO Tobacco RBI Infomercial Team, ang ating mga radio teacher broadcasters, si Ma'am Renichelle B. Warde, Ma'am Marian Muan, Nenette Magas, Rumar S. Muan, Tranquilino A. Brito, ang lead coordinator, Ma'am Maria Teresa P. Borbor, assistant lead coordinator, Ma'am Melody P. Borbor, ang scriptwriter po dyan ay si Ma'am Renichelle B. Warde, director of photography, si Sir Jason Borabo, ang members po dyan si Ma'am Rochelle Tolosa, Ma'am Cheza Janice Ante, Erwin Febri B. Ranoco, Junel Lorgine Paul M. Borromeo, and maraming salamat po sa SDO as family. Of course, binabati po natin at kumbaga pinasasalamatan ang Schools Division Superintendent ng SDO Tobacco, si Ma'am Socorro V. De La Rosa. At maraming salamat po kay Sir Nico Almares Jr. and the whole Bicol production team at ang RBI team po sa Bicol. So mapapansin nyo po, ang ginamit po, ang pinakita po natin doon sa RBI na yon ay halimbawa po ng school-based radio station. Of course, mas malawak po ang ginawa ng Bicol. Kumbaga division-wide po siya. Pero parang kumbaga kasama pa rin po siya dito sa school-based radio station. Ang range po natin dito ay nasa 25 to 50 kilometer radius. Maluwang po yan. Napakalawak po ng naaabot. Kasi po, ang ginagawa po natin dito, hindi na po two-way radio ang gamit natin dito. Meron na pong FM stations. At sa FM stations po, kumbaga, it's either nagtayo po ng sariling FM station or nakikipag-partner po sa mga local FM stations. So, ang ginawa po ng SDO Tabaco City ay nakipag-partner po sila sa kanilang local FM station po doon. So, bakit po FM station? Bakit po hindi AM stations? Siguro familiar yung iba sa inyo. Merong FM station, merong AM station. So, ang Departamento ng Edukasyon, ng kagawaran natin, mas pinili po na gamitin po ang mga FM stations kasi, sabi dito, because it has high noise immunity, clearer stereo audio quality, and less susceptible to interference. Yung mga FM stations natin, ang ibig sabihin po ng FM ay frequency modulation at usually ginagamit natin yan, mapapansin nyo sa pag-play ng mga music. Kung nakikinig kayo ng radyo sa mga sasakyan or sa mga radyo, nakikinig kayo ng mga tugtugan, FM stations po ang ginagamit yan. AM stations naman po ay ang amplitude modulation. Usually po, ginagamit natin ito sa mga news, sa mga balita, kung merong mga bagyo, ganyan. Dito po tayo nakikinig sa mga AM stations. So, sa mga, kumbaga, yung mga nakagawa na ng mga kanilang sarili-sarili mga school-based radio station, in-encourage po ng DepEd na lagi mag-submit po ng status report. Bakit po nagsasubmit yan? Kasi para alam po ng ating kagawaran kung ano nang kumbaga nangyari sa mga stations na yan, sa mga radio stations. Pa po papanoorin natin dito ay ang video mula sa OUA. Ipapakita din po dito ang tungkol sa two-way radio and yung RBI. Doon naman po sa Cordillera. So, panoorin po natin ito.
Ma'am Charlene, nagamputon Serens 2.
Sa panahong akala natin nasa internet lahat ng sagot, may mga sulok pa rin na kailangan nating maabot. Sa mga tawid isla, sa mga lugar na hindi pamilyar sa ating mga mata, sa mga kabundukan kung saan nananahan ang pangarap ng maraming bata. Dito sa Tabuk, Kalinga, kung saan mahina ang sagap ng internet at cable network, may ibang pamamaraan sa pag-aaral ang mga bata. Gamit ang two-way radios o walkie-talkie kung tawagin nila, konektado ang mga mag-aaral sa kanilang guro. Tangan ang printed module at ang kanyang walkie-talkie, madaling na ipararating ng batang si Enerson ang mga katanungan niya sa kanyang guro. Sa ganitong paraan, nagagabayan din ng guro ang bata sa kanyang mga aralin. Ganito ang ideya na gusto nating maunawaan ng bawat isa. Na sa pamamagitan ng blended learning, may iba pang paraan upang makapagturo at makapag-aral, malayo man ang distansya ng mga guro't mag-aaral. Na kahit wala mang telebisyon o gamit para sa online classes, kapag pinagsama ang radyo at printed modules, magiging epektibo pa rin ang paghahatid ng edukasyon. Sa blended learning, katuwang din natin ang mga local radio stations sa pagsasagawa ng radio-based instruction. Isang halimbawa rito ang Radyo Eskwela sa lungsod ng Sorsogon, kung saan nagagamit ang lawak ng FM radio frequency ng estasyon sa pagtuturo ng mga aralin. Dahil dito, buong komunidad ay may pagkakataong matuto. Ang radyo ay isa sa mga tradisyonal na medium ng paghahatid ng impormasyon. Mahalagang sangkap ito na maaaring ihalo sa iba pang pamamaraan ng pagkatuto. Sa tulong ng DepEd Radio, mas magiging epektibo ang blended learning na hindi lamang sa internet matatagpuan lahat ng sagot. Sa DepEd Radio na binubuo ng two-way radio at radio broadcast, maaabot natin ang mga bata kahit saang sulok man sila ng bansa.
Ayan, at yan po ang video ng two-way radio at ng RBI sa iba't ibang parte po ng ating bansa. So, maliban po, actually meron pa. Maliban po sa two-way radio at yung mismong FM stations na ginagamit sa ating paghahatid ng radio-based instruction, meron pa po. Ito ang plug-and-play radios with USB port. Plug and play. So, ibig sabihin po, isa-save po sa flash drive ang mga audio files ng mga lessons at ito po ang ipi-play ng mga mag-aaral sa kanilang mga radyo. Sabi dyan, the use of RBI can also be implemented using affordable plug-and-play radios with USB ports that do not only receive broadcast but can also play recorded audio files. So ito na po yung kumbaga nakikita natin na mas malawakang magiging proyekto. Bakit po? Kasi kung sa FM stations pag-uusapan natin, wala pong FM station na kumbaga isang frequency lang at maaabot niya na po ang buong Pilipinas. Dahil sabi nga natin, limited range lang po. Ang two-way radio, ang range po niya ay 3 to 5 kilometers. At ang FM stations ay nasa mga 50 kilometer radius. So, hindi po abot niya ng buong Pilipinas. Pero dito po sa plug-and-play radios, ang mangyari po, ipo-provide na lang po natin yung mga audio files at ipe-play na po ito sa kanilang mga radyo. Pwede po makipag-partner pa rin yan, FM stations at sila na po ang magpe-play sa mga lugar nila. So, ayan. So, pwede ko na po sigurong sabihin, yung mga mayroon pong mga gandang mga boses dyan na sa tingin nyo ay pang radyo at maganda pakinggan. Ayan, kung sakasakaling nagpa-audition na po tayo para dito po sa ating DepEd Radio, maghanda-handa na po kayo. Ito po, posible na po siya mangyari. Soon, magpapa-audition na rin po tayo. At siyempre, tuturuan pa rin po kayo kung paano ang script writing. Kumbaga, may pagkakaiba po kasi yung pagsusulat natin ng script kapag radyo at kapag sa TV. So, matuturuan din po kayo niyan. At syempre, matuturuan kayo kung paano gamitin yung boses nyo ng tama. Magiging, kumbaga, flexible po tayo. So, itong plug-and-play radios with USB port, kumbaga, ito, malapit-lapit na po ito na, kumbaga, mapalawak natin. Next is, ito, proper use of DepEd Radio. Sabi dyan, schools with clear cellular signal and available data connections should prioritize DepEd TV and DepEd Online modalities. Linawin po natin, natanong ko po yan nung umpisa. Di ba? May tanong ako pinakita doon. Sir, kailangan pa ba namin yan? Kung ang lugar ninyo ay nasa syudad, na malakas naman ang internet, malakas naman ang signal ng TV, wag na. Kumbaga, dinidiscourage na natin. Bakit po? Mas ini-encourage natin na gumamit sila ng DepEd Online at DepEd TV kasi mas meron pong interaction doon sa mga modalities na yon. Mas kumpleto, mas, kumbaga, mas learner-centered po yung mga yon. Only those areas without internet and data connectivity and not reached by television signals should resort to undertaking DepEd Radio. So, upang maiwasan din ang duplication, usually kapag nandun na sa field, ang nangyayari, actually sa DepEd TV nangyayari din po ito. So, nagkaroon na po ng lesson sa DepEd TV at ang ibang mga schools division po ay nag-shoot din ng sarili nilang mga lessons. So, gumawa rin po sila ng sarili nilang video lessons at ang nangyayari po ay nadodoble. Nagkakaroon po ng duplication. So, para maiwasan po yan, at since central office ang magpro-provide ng mga TV lessons and audio lessons, hinihikayat na lang natin na kumbaga mag-focus yung mga schools division offices or regional offices sa mga MTB, MLE o yung mga contextualized RBI, yung mga mother tongue. Mag-focus muna tayo sa lower grades, kinder to grade 3, para sa ganon, hindi po maulit-ulit. So, sige. So, sa ganitong parang po, hindi madodoble, hindi mauulit yung mga lessons natin. Eto na po, may mga nagtatanong po sa comment kanina, compliance with existing laws. DepEd radios in schools, divisions, or regions must seek temporary permits to operate from the National Telecommunications Commission. Hindi dahil gagamitin natin ang radyo para sa edukasyon na hindi na tayo susunod sa batas. Tandaan nyo, pare-parehas po tayong ahensya ng gobyerno, kaya dapat ipakita natin na sumusunod po tayo sa batas. Bakit po? Ang mga radio frequencies po ay limitado. Limitado po yan at pagmamayari po yan ng pamahalaan. Kaya kailangan natin sumunod sa mga batas at sumunod po sa ipinapatupad ng NTC. Sa mga nakikipag-partner po sa mga local FM stations, make sure po na pati sila meron pong permit. Ayan, so panghuli na po ito. Kumbaga good news. Kabilang po ang DepEd Radio, kasama na ang DepEd Commons at ang DepEd TV sa mga nirecognize na ng United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization o ang UNESCO. Ayan, so kumbaga malapit na, mapalawak pa natin itong DepEd Radio at sigurado mas magiging dekalidad pa rin ang edukasyon natin. Mas marami pang maaabot ng mga estudyante ang matututo. Ngayon, maraming salamat po. Bago po ako magtapos, gusto ko lang pong batiin ang aking paaralan, ang Bulinaw Integrated School, ang aming principal, si Ma'am Maria Cecilia T. Balgua, ang aming PSDS, Ma'am Ruth Kaalaman, ang aming SDS, si Ma'am Ellie Ubando. And yan, maraming salamat sa ating mga host. Back to you.
And back-to-back na sa atin, Teacher Carla.
Yes. Thank you so much, Sir Gale. Talagang napakadami nating natutunan sa shinare mo sa amin.
At nais natin yun, gusto kong baunin yung sinabi niya, pag gusto, may paraan. Kung ayaw, maraming dahilan. Pero, mas maganda ang nagtutulungan. At ngayon, magtulungan tayo dahil ang susunod nating topic is all about child-friendly approaches
reaching far-flung areas.
No, child-friendly approaches for our para-teachers, Teacher Carla. Ayan. Pakilala natin kung sino ating speaker.
Yeah, our speaker for today is used to be a teacher sa DepEd Division of Cavite, District of Tagaytay. As a teacher, she acted as the District Girl Scout of the Philippines Field Advisor and initiated and organized the special education class for the gifted of Tagaytay Elementary School. She had been a demonstration teacher for the district, division, and regional and national trainings of teachers for Civica at Cultura, Science, and Filipino and English. Also, she garnered certificate course in multilingual education at Maya University, that's in Thailand. And she also co-authored the academic vocabulary for EBP, ICT grades 4 to 6, and is published in the groups of Gale. She is also an author of children's storybooks and has been a consultant of different private schools in Cavite on the development of storybooks for early readers.
And Teacher Carla, she was detailed as Regional Education Program Supervisor of the Department of Education, Elementary Education Division, Region 4A, Karangalan Village, Cainta, Rizal, from Feb 2009 to Feb 2012. Moreover, she is currently a candidate for Doctor of Philosophy, Reading Education, Philippine Normal University, Manila, where she also took up her Master of Arts in Teaching Reading, having acted as the Bureau's focal person for Filipino, National Reading Month, Kariton Classroom, and Alternative Delivery Mode. Let us welcome the Senior Education Program Specialist under the Teaching and Learning Division, Bureau of Learning Delivery, Department of Education, Central Office, Miss Angelica Duhelio Jabines.
Good morning! Good morning mga kaguro! Welcome sa ating second day ng ating virtual INSET. And I'm here to help you help our learning partners as they become your best partner in delivering our education during this time that schools are closed and that everybody or all our learners are not able to go to school. So let me walk through you on how we can help our para teachers. During my session, we will learn who are the para teachers and how can we help them be the best, be the best learning partners as we deliver education anywhere, anytime. Kasi yan yung mantra natin ngayon. We at the Department of Education delivers education anywhere, anytime. So who are the para teachers? In the Republic Act number 9293, an act amending certain sections of Republic Act numbered for the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, dinefine dito kung sino yung para-teachers. And according to this law, ang mga para-teachers are those teachers who failed in the licensure exam for professional teachers. But ang rating nila ay not lower than 5% points from the passing general average. Pero pwede sila nating i-hire as para teachers and they shall be given a permit to teach and they shall be assigned to areas where there is a shortage of absence of a professional teacher. So ibig sabihin, sa law na to, dinefine niya yung para teachers ay yung mga nakapagtapos din ng education courses but merong konting problema sa license nila kaya hindi nila sila makapag-practice as full-time na prof teacher. Pero because of the shortage or absence of a professional teacher, pwede natin silang i-hire. And particularly nung time na medyo kulang ang teachers natin sa BARM or sa ARM, sila yung ating mga naging kasangga sa adikain na may i-deliver pa rin yung education sa lahat ng bata because we always believe that no Filipino learner should be left behind. Now, pag tiningnan din natin, saan ba nanggaling yung para teachers? So, para teachers, para is a Greek word nang ibig sabihin ay alongside another. So, para teacher refers to an individual who works closely with a certified classroom teacher to provide additional assistance to students. So, dito sa meaning na naman na to, sinasabi sa definition na to na ang para teacher ay parang teacher. O, siya yung kakampi ni teacher. Kailangan para makapagturo ang isang para teacher, meron siyang umaagapay, meron siyang kapuso, may kapamilya siya, may kapatid siya, may kaguro siya na tutulong sa kanya sa pag-assist sa ating mga learners. Kasi nga, by law, sila ay hindi pa pwedeng magturo at mag-exercise ng kanilang profession as a professional teacher. And then, sinasabi din that during school closures, it is so important that teachers continue to engage and interact with their students, provide assignments, and importantly, provide timely impact. Kaya nga napansin ninyo, di ba ngayon may pandemic, pero sabi, at talagang pinanindigan natin yun, that education shall continue. It must not stop. At kahit wala pa yung pandemic, na-experience na natin yan. sa napakatagal na panahon na kapag nagsara ang ating mga school because of natural calamity o kaya ay man-made calamities, na nagsara yung ating mga school, hindi pa rin tumitigil yung education natin. Gumagawa tayo ng paraan para ma-deliver ang ating education. Ang isang hindi ko malilimutang kwento dito ay yung isang bata na naging biktima, isa sa mga naging biktima ng bagyong Yolanda, na nung bumisita ang ating secretary noon, na si Brother Armin, sa site nila, kasi matagal nang sarado yung school dahil nga sa lawak ng pinsala na dala ni Yolanda. Ang unang tinanong ng batang ito kay Brother Armin noon, kailan po kami babalik sa school? Kailan po magbukas yung school? So, importante na kahit may pandemya, kahit may disaster, importante na maipagpatuloy pa rin natin yung responsibilidad natin sa ating mga mag-aaral na pinagkatiwala sa atin ng Panginoon, na maipagpatuloy nila ang pangarap nila sa pamamagitan ng pagpapatuloy ng kanilang education. So during school closures, importante pa rin tayo, frontliner pa rin tayong mga teacher, kasi kailangan nating ipagpatuloy yung interaction natin sa ating mga estudyante. Mabigyan pa rin natin sila ng mga opportunity para malinang pa rin yung kakayahan at mga kaalaman na kinakailangan nila para makasurvive sa kani-kanilang sa kani-kanilang buhay. Kahit sila man ay nasa paaralan, kahit sila ay nasa lupalop ng Pilipinas, maging kahit sila ay nasa kalye o kung saan man naroon ang kanilang tahanan. Ang isa sa mga programa na meron tayo sa Department of Education o sa Kagawaran ay ang Alternative Delivery Mode. Ang ADM ay nagsimulang implement ng ating kagawaran noong pang 1974. So noong 1974, mula nung taong iyon hanggang sa kasalukuyan, we always find ways kung paano natin madi-deliver yung ating education, lalo't higit sa mga bata na at risk. Pag sinabi nating at risk, hindi lang sila yung mga bata na hindi makapasok sa paaralan dahil walang baon. Pero napakaraming dahilan. Maaring may obligasyon sila sa bahay o kaya malayo yung tahanan nila sa kanilang paaralan. At napakarami pang rason. At alam kong kayong mga teachers, alam na alam nyo kung bakit laging absent yung ating mga mag-aaral. At natatandaan ko pa nung ako ay guro, kapag meron ng almost 2 weeks na absent na bata, yung principal ko sasabihin niya kaagad, para siyang bell, na kailangan hanapin mo yung bata na yon at ibalik mo sa paaralan. At bigyan siya ng opportunity na maipagpatuloy. So, ganun yung ginagawa natin sa Alternative Delivery Education. May mga bata tayong sinasagip at dinadala sa ating paaralan at tinutulungan sila na maipagpatuloy nilang matapos ang kanilang basic education sa iba't ibang pamamaraan. Andyan ang ating modified in-school, off-school approach, na andyan ang ating impact or yung instructional management by parents and community teachers, na andyan ang ating rural farm school, andyan ang ating open high school, na gumamit din ng mga pamamaraang modular, gumamit din ng online distance, gumamit din sila ng TV, radio-based instruction, na andyan din ang ating mga ating homeschooling para sa mga mag-aaral na at talagang kailangan sa bahay lamang sila nag-aaral, at para din sa mga mag-aaral na pinili ng kanilang mga magulang na sila yung magtuturo sa kanilang mga anak. At andyan din, nagkaroon din ng pagkakataon ang Kariton Classroom bilang maging isa sa mga ADM natin sa Kagawaran. Ang Kariton Classroom, sabi nyo, ito yung kay Efren Peña, Florida. Ito yung ginamit nating pamamaraan para naman ma-reach out natin yung mga bata na nasa kalye at maihanda sila nang sa ganon ay mai-mainstream natin sila o maibalik natin sila sa paaralan at matulungan sila na manatili sa paaralan at makapagtapos ng pag-aaral. Sa Kariton Classroom, nagkaroon tayo ng more than 1,000 street children na napag-graduate sa ilalim ng programa na ito. At sa kasalukuyan, ang Kariton Classroom ay nananatili sa iba't ibang paaralan natin sa Metro Manila at ganon din sa 4A Calabarzon. Sa alternative delivery education, nakilala natin ang mga salita o nakilala natin ang isa pang katuwang natin sa pagdi-deliver ng education. Nakilala natin sila bilang para-teacher, nakilala natin sila bilang learning facilitator, learning partner, community advisor. So yung community advisor, ito yung mga learning partners natin kapag ang pinag-uusapan naman natin ay open high school. Kapag learning facilitator, learning partner, na andyan ang ikakabit natin sila sa MISOSA. Ganon din sa para-teachers, ikakabit naman natin sila dun sa isa pa nating ADM na kinilala at yun na yung BRAC. So meron din tayong tutors, meron tayong community volunteers, meron tayong program teachers, peer group leader na nakilala naman siya sa programa o sa isa nating modality na tinatawag na impact. At sa ngayon, kilala natin lahat ng ito, kinikilala natin ngayon sa isang katawagan lamang at yun ay ayon ay ang learning support aid. So, sino ba yung mga learning support aids? So, ang learning support aid, katulad nga ng sabi ko kanina, ito ay hindi bago. Matagal na natin silang kasama. Meron lang silang bagong pangalan. Binigyan lang natin sila ng ibang mukha ngayon, pero yung suporta na binibigay nila ay matagal nang kasama natin sa departamento o sa classroom ninyo o sa ating mga school. So sabi dun sa DepEd Order number 32 Series 2020, ang learning support aids ay those persons who work together in collaboration with a teacher and contribute to the provision of learning opportunities that promote achievement and progression of learners. So mula ng 1974 hanggang sa 2020, hindi na bago. O mula pa nung bago pa mag-1974 na i-implement natin yung ADM, kung sino at ano ang ginagawa ng ating mga para-teachers, ng ating learning support aids ay hindi nagbago. Sila pa rin yung mga taong kakampi natin, kasama natin as we deliver education anytime, anywhere. So, kumbaga, sila yung ating LBC. Sila yung, kung tayo ang hari ng padala, sila yung pinapadala natin sa iba't ibang sulok ng ating komunidad para makatulong natin na mag-deliver ng education anytime, anywhere. So, ang learning support aids o yung ating mga para-teacher o kung ano man tawag natin sa kanila, sila ay kinukuha natin, hina-hire natin sila para sa mga learners na aminin natin, lalo ngayon, ito yung isa sa mga naging challenge natin sa remote learning natin, na hindi lahat ng ating mga mag-aaral ay independent learners. May mga mag-aaral tayo na may iba't ibang level of capacity and capability. Meron tayong mga learner na non-reader at pinaka-worst scenario doon, hindi na nga sila independent learner, pero doon sa household nila, walang adult na makakatulong sa kanila para sa kanilang learning sa bahay. So, ito yung mga kondisyon na kinakailangan talaga nila ng isang magfa-facilitate ng learning at home. So, ang learning support aids din ay para dun sa mga binibigay natin din silang tulong o kasangga natin para dun sa mga mag-aaral na kasi syempre sa panahon natin ngayon, di ba, walang magulang na hindi naman talaga nagtatrabaho. So, halos lahat kung sa opisina man, bilang kasambahay, sa farm man, sa construction, lahat sila ay nagtatrabaho. At ito ay isa rin sa mga dahilan kung bakit walang nakakatulong sa ating mga mag-aaral, sa kanilang pag-aaral, sa kanilang tahanan. So ito yung mga kondisyon na kinakailangan natin ng isang katulong. Dahil, halimbawa, ako bilang teacher, kung meron akong 40 students, na nagre-remote learning, hindi ko naman kaya lahat yung puntahan. O kaya hindi ko sila kaya lahat i-monitor sa messenger, o kaya sa text, o kaya ay sa video call. Kasi baka yung iba doon sobra talagang layo, o kaya wala naman silang gadget, kung may cellphone man sila, ang load nila ay sapat lamang. para sa pang-text at hindi sa tawag, o kaya ang iba naman ay wala talagang cellphone. So kailangan natin ng makakatulong para hindi sila may iwanan kasi sa kanilang mga kondisyon. So as we embrace the new normal, kailangan nating ng kasanggang totoo, ng isang kaagapay na totoo. So as we embrace the new normal in education, let us not forget what we have learned from our experiences before the pandemic. So, di ba, ang dami na nating natutunan sa classroom natin before pandemic. At nitong nagkaroon ng pandemic, si COVID, sobrang daming naiturong pagbabago. Sobrang daming nabigay na pagbabago sa ating buhay, sa ating mga tahanan, ganun din sa ating mga paaralan. At marami tayong experience during pandemic. So, yung experience natin before pandemic, yung experience natin ngayong may pandemic, pagsamahin natin para ma-embrace natin at para maging brave enough tayo to embrace the new normal. Kasi yung new normal, actually, ang sabi, yung new normal, hindi talaga siya new normal. Siya yung the old normal plus your new learnings during the pandemic, that's the new normal. So, as we embrace the new normal, bubuksan lang natin yung ating mga school smartly and safely. And then, yung mga innovations na natutuhan natin mula noon hanggang ngayon ay dadalhin pa rin natin. So, sa new normal, katulad ng mga challenge natin nung wala pa si COVID, ganun pa rin. Our challenge is to bring all Filipino learners to school. Kasi nga, kailangan walang batang may iwanan. So, ang challenge sa ating mga guro, madala lahat ng mga mag-aaral sa paaralan. Pero ang pinaka-real challenge, hindi lang yung nadala mo sila, na-enroll mo sila sa school. Ang pinaka-challenge ay paano natin sila mapapanatili sa loob ng classroom. Keeping them in school is a real challenge. So, ibig sabihin, kailangan may mga strategy ka pa rin. May plan A, may plan B, hanggang plan Z. Di ba? Kasi nga, A to Z. Kung kulang pa yung letter Z, meron pa tayong Filipino alphabets kung gusto mo pang idagdag. Kung kulang pa rin yon, dagdag mo pa yung mother tongue, idagdag mo pa yung mga numbers natin. So, ibig sabihin, kailangan marami tayong plano on how we shall keep these Filipino learners inside our classroom, inside our school. Pero, as we try to keep them in school, talagang andun pa rin yung challenge brought about by the economy, brought about by the different situations and context na meron yung ating mga learner. So, when children cannot attend school, kasi hindi naman talaga maiwasan na may mga absent at talagang may mahuhulog dun sa bridge natin, talagang may malalaglag. So, kung talagang if we cannot let all our children attend our school, our challenge as a teacher is to bring the school to every Filipino home. So, paano natin madadala yung school sa lahat ng tahanan? Nasa inyong mga kamay, my dear teachers, ang sagot. Nagawa natin ngayon. Nagawa natin ngayong may pandemic na nadala natin ang ating paaralan kasi nga sarado siya because of health and safety reasons. Dinala natin yung ating mga paaralan sa lahat ng bahay sa buong Pilipinas. So yung Tagaytay Elementary School, wala lang siya doon sa Sungay West, Tagaytay City, kundi andun siya sa iba't ibang bahay na naandun sa Tagaytay City. Ganon din yung ibang mga paaralan. Yung Pasay Elementary School, wala lang siya dun sa eksaktong location niya na kapag ginugal mo, andun siya. Pero ang Pasay Elementary School ngayon, nasa iba't ibang bahay dun sa Pasay. And that is a real challenge. At nag-iisa tayo. Sabi ko nga kanina, ako isang teacher laban sa 40 na bahay na meron. Tapos sa bawat bahay na yon, iba't iba pang challenge ang meron. So I need someone to work with me, and that is the learning support aid. So during the pandemic, we have experienced this. Meron tayong formal curriculum, yun yung K-12, yun yung MELC, doon natin nakita siya. And then during this pandemic, using the MELC, using that K-12 curriculum, nagkaroon tayo ng informal instruction sa ating mga learner. Kasi meron tayong modular, meron tayong online distance, meron tayong TV-based instruction, meron tayong radio-based instruction, at marami pa kayong modality na naisip. So, na-experience natin itong 6 cubes sa flexible learning options. In-implement natin yung formal curriculum, nagkaroon tayo ng formal instruction, at the same time, dahil informal yung instruction na ginagawa natin ngayon, nagkaroon tayo ng informal assessments. Kung nagkaroon tayo ng pag-assess, pagtaya, pagsukat sa mga natutuhan ng ating mga mag-aaral informally. And then, meron din namang formal assessments, ini-implement pa rin natin siya. And by one way or another, i-implement din natin yung informal curriculum. At nagkakaroon din tayo ng formal instruction. Kapag nagkakaroon tayo ng mga online sessions with our learners, nagkakaroon pa rin tayo ng formal instruction. So, etong 6 cubes ng flexible learning options, buhay na buhay ngayong pandemic, at sasabihin natin ready na ako sa new normal kasi lahat to nagawa ko, lahat to na-experience ko, lahat to alam ko na yung strengths and weaknesses, lahat to na-address ko, at lahat ng to alam ko kung paano siya i-close yung gaps na nakita. So, kung ikaw man ay nag-iisa, na-experience mo yan at nagkaroon ka ng learning, yung kapit-kwarto mo, yung kaguro mo na-experience din tong 6 cubes na to, pagsasama-samahin natin lahat ang learning natin at promise, may tataguyod pa rin natin ang education na to. Sa anumang disaster pang dumating meron sa atin. Pero sana wala ng disaster, di ba? And then, as we implement the 6 cubes ng ating flexible learning options. Ngayon ding may pandemya, katulad ng mga ginagawa natin before the pandemic. Pero ngayon mas pinalakas natin Mas nilawakan natin ang pagkilala natin sa ating mga mag-aaral. Inalam natin ano ba yung mga capability nila bilang grade 1, bilang grade 2, bilang kindergarten, bilang senior high school. Ano ba yung mga access na meron sila sa technology? Meron ba silang radyo lang sa bahay? May computer ba sila? May smartphone ba sila? May wifi ba sila? Anong mga external support ang pwedeng matanggap ng mga mag-aaral na to sa kanilang tahanan? Meron bang community na pwedeng tumulong sa kanya? Meron bang makakatulong sa akin para ma-deliver sa mag-aaral na to yung mga module at yung learning? So, ano ang nagawa ng LGU? Ano nagawa ng community para masuportahan yung mag-aaral sa kanilang remote learning? At ang pinaka-importanting inaalam natin ngayon ay ano yung home support na meron para sa learner? Ano yung meron sa loob ng tahanan niya? Meron ba siyang sapat na resources, learning resources? May mga textbook ba na available sa bahay? May dictionary kaya siya sa bahay? Meron kaya siyang magagamit na aklat? So kung wala, kaya nga binibigay natin, ini-issue pa rin natin yung mga textbook, learning materials na binigay sa atin, di ba? Meron ba siyang kasama sa bahay na pwedeng nanay niya, tatay, lola, ate, or extended family, o mga kapatid na pwedeng tumulong sa kanya as our learner do remote learning. So lahat ng importanteng alam natin. Alam na alam dapat natin yan para we can adjust yung mga learning opportunities para sa bawat bata. So iba yung learning opportunity Dapat na-adjust mo yung learning opportunity para kay learner A na ganito yung sitwasyon. Iba yung learning opportunities mo para kay learner B na ganito yung sitwasyon. So, importante na alam mo yan. At importante na alam din ito ng ating mga learner support aid, ng ating mga para-teacher, ng ating mga learning facilitator or learning partners. Dahil nga katulong natin sila, kaagapay nila, so hindi pwedeng ikaw lang ang nakakaalam nun bilang teacher. Kung gusto mo ng kakampi, kung gusto mo ng katulong, gusto mo ng kasama, kailangan ang alam mo ay alam din ng kapwa mo. Ang alam ng kanang kamay mo, alam ng kaliwang kamay mo. Para yung dalawang kamay na yan ay magamit mo bilang pagtulong sa learner na ito sa kani-kanilang tahanan. Sinasabi din na ang isang learning facilitator ay para siyang conductor, conductress ng isang orchestra. So siya yung nagbibigay ng direction sa lahat ng player. Ito yung mga learners at home natin, yun yung mga miyembro ng orchestra. So ito yung ating learning facilitator na nagko-conduct. Pero si teacher nasa behind the scene siya. Kasi itong ating learning conductor ay na-train na niya, yung ating learning facilitator, na-train na niya kung paano pagagalawin, paano ima-manage yung learning at home. At yun din ay sa tulong ng ating weekly home learning plan na ang teacher mismo ang gumagawa. So ang learning facilitator natin, isipin natin sila bilang mga conductor, bilang mga kasama natin para sama-sama tayo, iisa ang ating tunog, iisa ang ating musika na patutugtugin from September 13 up to the last day ng ating school year. Anumang school year yan meron. So from day 1 up to the last day, isa lang ang tugtugin na meron dapat lahat ng ating learners. Kung sila man ay nasa tahanan, kung sila man ay nasa paaralan kapag pinayagan na tayo ng face-to-face. So, sa ating mga learning facilitators, bukod sa kailangan alam nila kung ano yung learner na meron. Halimbawa, sa grade 4, maaasahan, higit lahat, kailangan alam nila kung ano yung sarili nila, ano yung kakayahan niya, ano yung kahinaan niya, ano yung kalakasan niya. Para sa ganon, mapag-usapan nila ito ng guro, nakakampi niya, kaagapay niya, at magkatulungan sila na ma-improve yung sarili niya bilang learning facilitator para pag humarap siya dun sa learner na ibibigay sa kanya, hindi naman siya parang matatalo pa ng ating mga learner at hindi siya ma-empower. At magiging confident enough siya para humarap hindi lang dun sa learner, lalo tigit dun sa family, sa community kung saan natin siya ipapadala. And then, ito ding ito ring 5 ito ay kinakailangan maipaunawa natin sa ating mga learning facilitator para magkaroon ng impact o magkaroon ng dating sila sa ating mga learners, sa ating mga family. Kailangan yung humanizing side. Kailangan alam nila yung mga learners' needs natin at context at kailangan makaisip din sila paano ko mamimit yon. Actually, hindi lang meeting learners' needs. Kailangan din ma-meet mo yung family's needs and context kasi papasok ka sa bahay ng may bahay. So, kailangan bago ka pumasok sa may bahay, sa isang bahay, alamin mo ano bang meron sa loob ng bahay na yan, ano yung mga taong naandyan sa loob ng bahay na yan, ano yung mga needs and context nila para kapag pumasok ka, hindi naman medyo offending sa kanila o kaya yung iyong mga gagawin bilang learning facilitators ay hindi makaka-offend o makakasakit dun sa mga taong nasa loob ng bahay na yon. And then, familial. So, kailangan ma-develop din sa ating mga teacher at ma-impart natin sa ating mga learning support aides or learning facilitator yung spirit of familial na sa pamamagitan mo ay bilang learning facilitator ay makapag-build ka pa rin ng supportive community na hindi lamang ikaw yung sumusuporta dun sa pag-aaral ng isang learner sa kanilang bahay kundi ng buong bahay. kailangan supportive. Kasi halimbawa, pumunta ka nga doon, tapos nag-start ka ng mag-lesson, pero merong hindi supportive yung nandun sa bahay, merong malakas magpatugtog ng radyo, kung kailan nag-aaral kayo, biglang nanood ng TV, o kaya kung kailan nag-aaral kayo, biglang may nag-away, o kaya ano pang mga ibang sitwasyon sa loob ng family. So, kailangan hindi lang ikaw yung support system doon. Kailangan ma-encourage mo pa rin yung community sa loob ng bahay at yung community kung nasa compound man sila o sa buong community, sa buong barangay, kailangan merong supportive, merong suportang makukuha ang ating learner doon. And then, unifying, kailangan mapag-meet mo kung ano yung mga needs mo, ano yung mga context mo, ano yung family needs and context, at ano yung learner's needs and context. Ganon din yung empowering. Kailangan ma-inculcate natin sa ating mga LSA yung facilitation skills nila as they facilitate knowledge and skills among our learners. And then, ma-create natin yung responsibility ng bawat isa in a community. Kasi nga, di ba, it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a team to make a village. So, kailangan, hindi lang ikaw yung may ongoing support, but the education itself will be the responsibility of the family themselves, of the family and the learner himself, para may dating yung iyong pagiging LSA o learning facilitator. And let us remind our learning facilitators na kailangan nilang mag-start katulad ng ginagawa natin sa classroom. As a teacher, we always start kung saan nandun yung ating mga learner. So, as learning facilitators, kailangan ganun din yung gagawin nila. Kailangan maintindihan nila, maunawaan nila na saan ang aking learner, ano ang dala ng aking learner, at doon ako magsisimula, para mas maging kapakikinabang yung learning opportunities na inihanda natin sa ating mga mag-aaral. Ganun din ay maging kapakikinabang ang lahat ng mga gagawin natin para sa ating mga mag-aaral. And magkaroon talaga ng true learning yung ating mga mag-aaral. So always start from where they are. And then, bago natin, yung palanguyin yung ating mga learning facilitators, kailangan ikaw bilang isang guro at yung learning facilitator mo, mauupo muna kayo bago mo siya ipadala sa barangay Maitim Second East o sa barangay Dos sa poblasyon o sa Bundok Tralala bago mo siya ipadala doon. Pag-usapan nyo muna kasi kayo yung magkatuwang sa learning ng bata. Pag-usapan ninyo ano yung mga expectations ninyo sa bawat isa. Ano yung expectations na meron tayo sa ating mga learner na idinidikta ng ating curriculum? Ano yung mga learners' needs and context na alam mo na yon as teachers dahil before the school opening, at the start of the school year, yun yung una nating inalam. And then pag-usapan niyo yung mga self-learning modules, yung mga SLM na gagamitin ng ating mga mag-aaral. Hindi lang self-learning modules, yung pang mga learners material, mga learning activity sheets, mga textbooks na pwede pang gamitin ng ating mga mag-aaral as they do remote learning. So, kailangan lahat yun pag-usapan ninyo. Kailangan naunawaan din ng ating mga LSA yung disenyo ng self-learning modules, di ba? Hindi lang kay teacher yon. So, bilang katuwang natin, kailangan naunawaan din nila ano yung kagamitan na ginagamit natin. And then, may paunawa din natin, pag-usapan ninyong dalawa, yung weekly home learning plan. Para sa ganun na intindihan ng ating mga kapartner, papaano niya ididirekta, papaano niya gagawing meaningful yung learning opportunities at home. And then, papaano siya makakapag-adjust dun sa weekly home learning plan kapag sa day 1 pa lang, first ganito na yung experience niya. So, dapat equip din yung ating LSA kung paano niya maisa-segue yung ating weekly home learning plan. Pero, hindi ibig sabihin na pag nag-segue ka o nag-detour ka, hindi ka napupunta dun sa goal mo. So, kailangan kung mag-U-turn, mag-detour, o kung saan man daan siya pumunta, dun pa rin sa goal ang punta mo. And then, kung merong individual learning agreement between the parents, between the teachers, the school principal, and the learner himself, kailangan nakalatag yon. Kailangan alam nyo. And then, yung individual monitoring plan, kailangan alam ng ating mga learning facilitators at yung mga strategy na pwede nilang gamitin as they deliver education anytime, anywhere. So, hindi lang to ang mga kailangang pag-usapan ninyo bilang magka-partner. Kailangan nyo ring pag-usapan paano i-manage yung klase nila sa bahay, di ba? Pwede nyong gamitin, pwede nyong pag-usapan din yung mga session kanina, yung mga tips ni Miss Marlaine. Kailangan yon hindi lang sa'yo bilang teacher. Kailangan alam din yon ng ating mga kapartner sa pagdi-deliver natin ng education. So lahat ng sinabi kanina ni Miss Marlaine, kailangan hindi lang ambon, gawin natin ding ulan dun sa ating mga learning facilitators. Para sa ganon, ma-ensure natin na wala ka man lagi dun sa bahay na yon, wala ka man lagi dun sa tabi ng learner na yon, na-i-ensure mo pa rin na parehas pa rin lang kayo ng tinutugtog. Kaparehas pa rin lang siya, yung musikang tinutugtog niya ay katulad ng musika na tinutugtog dun sa kabilang baryo. So, kailangan mapag-usapan yung mabuti yan ng iyong kapartner o ng learner's facilitator. And then, pag sinabing pagdating sa ating mga learner, wala na tayong pag-uusapan na iba. Ang pinaka-importanteng alam natin by heart at ng ating learner support aid, LSA, ay yung learner's need and context. Importante to. Kasi ito yung magtuturo sa atin, ano ang gagawin natin sa ating mag-aaral, ano yung mga opportunities na ibibigay natin sa mga mag-aaral, paano tayo magiging flexible sa ating mga learning na inihanda. Kasi kapag ito yung nasa isip mo lagi, kung sanay ka ng lagi lang nakasara yung kamay mo, kapag naunawaan mo yung learner's need and context, magiging open na yung kamay mo para gagamitin mo isa plan A, plan B, plan C, plan B, plan E. Kasi hindi lamang isa ang needs niya at yung context niya ay marami pa rin ibibigay sa yung opportunities para maging flexible at ma-adjust mo ang lesson. Kasi nga, hindi naman lahat ng inihanda natin ay para sa lahat ng, pupwede sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral, sa lahat ng pagkakataon. And then, as an LSA, kailangan ma-create din nila yung safe and positive learning environment anytime, anywhere. Kahit saan. Kung sila man ay nasa bahay, kung sila man ay ang bahay man ay nado sa may sementeryo, sa tabi ng kalsada, sa taas ng puno, sa taas ng bundok, sa may dagat, saan man. Kung ginagawa natin to sa school, sa loob ng ating classroom, that we create safe and positive learning environment, importante din na maturuan natin, mapag-usapan natin ng ating kapartner kung paano nila natin makikreate yung tabi ng kalsada bilang safe and positive learning environment. Kasi wala namang ibang choice kundi doon mag-aaral yung ating mga mag-aaral dahil doon sila nakatira o kaya sa tabi ng dagat. So paano natin magagawa na safe and positive learning environment pa rin yun sa kanila. So kailangan bilang LSA, tutulungan natin paulit-ulit din lang na maipaunawa sa ating mga LSA, tayong mga teacher, maipaunawa sa kanila yung learner's need. And then as they meet their learner, kailangan ma-establish mo na yung sense of order. Kailangan yung ating mga LSA maipaunawa yung weekly home learning plan sa ating mga learner, yung mga due dates nila and schedule, yung mga assignments, yung mga directions, kailangan maliwanag yon sa ating mga learner para hindi naman magiging traumatic yung learning opportunities para sa mga bata at yung oras na andon yung ating mga LSA sa iba't ibang tahanan, hindi maging traumatic sa kanila. And then let us remind our partners na to avoid judging our learners. Kasi nga, eto lang yung alam niya. But remember, we are not here para i-judge yung ating mga learners base sa alam nila. We are here to help them bridge na ito yung alam ko, ito yung dapat kong alam. And then, let us remind our LSA that together, we celebrate achievements ng ating mga learner kahit siya'y napakaliit, kahit akala lang natin ay ano lang siya, irrelevant o kaya ay hindi siya importante. Pero sa isang bata, gaano man to kaliit at yun ay achievement niya, kailangang isa-celebrate mo para maging motivation niya to move on. Para sabihin niya, hay, ganun lang pala yun. At magiging interesado pa siya sa araw-araw na challenges ng ating home-based learning. So, sa ating mga LSA, pwede silang maging program teachers. Pwede kasi nating gamitin yung program teaching as an implementation scheme. Ito yung, tinan nyo to, itong program teacher na to, nagtuturo siya sa isang bata na katira sa kariton. So, paano ginawa ang program teaching dito? Si teacher ay naghanda ng script, nihanda niya yung SLM through the weekly home learning plan. So, inihanda niya yon, and then ipinaresent dun sa program teacher natin sa LSA para gagawa ng program teaching. Si program teacher o si LSA natin, ang gagawin naman niya kapag nakita na niya ito yung kailangang matapos ng aking mag-aaral sa lesson na to, ito yung weekly home learning plan na teacher, gagawa ako ng script. So kapag gumawa ako ng script, pero sa mga unang mga araw, pwedeng si teacher ang gumawa muna ng script. Parang radio script or TV script na lahat ng sasabihin ni LSA, lalo na kung ang ituturo mo ay sounds or beginning reading, pwedeng program teaching yung gagawin natin. So lahat ng sasabihin ni teacher ay naandon sa kanyang script kung paano niya i-deliver yung lesson. Lalo na kung ang nakuha nating learning support aid, wala na tayong yung mga community volunteers. Kasi ngayon, marami nagbo-volunteer to deliver education. So, para ma-ensure din natin na iisa ang tunog ng musikang kanilang ibibigay sa ating mga learners, gagamitan natin sila ng script para alam natin na tama yung tinuturo niya at alam natin na makakapagturo siya ng step by step. Para sa ganon, pagdating ng panahon, kung expert na siya doon, pwede na siyang walang script. Pero kung bago-bago pa lang, tapos yung, halimbawa yung lesson ay medyo mahirap, so pwede natin siyang gamitan ng program teaching o kaya ng may mga script sa pagtuturo. Ito yung dito lalabas yung explicit instruction natin na lahat ng sasabihin, lahat ng gagawin nandun sa script at yun yung susundin ng ating mga LSA. So, pwede natin gawin yon. So, ito yung sinabi ko, sa conference niyo, pre-conference niyo, bago ka mag-dive dun sa learning, facilitating mo sa bahay. So, kailangan mapag-usapan talaga lagi ninyo at mapag-agrihan yung SLM, yung weekly home learning plan, at yung mga script na gagawin ng teacher kasama ng ating LSA o ng ating learning facilitator. Kailangan nag-a-agree kayong dalawa doon para pagdating sa dulo, walang sisihan at alam nyo na at the end of the day, na develop natin sa ating mga learner kung ano yung expected from him. And then, discuss and agree as teacher and learning facilitators, kailangan makontextualize nyo din ng nagkakaunawaan kayo at nag-agree kayo kung paano nyo i-contextualize yung mga learning task na naandun sa mga SLM. And then, as an LSA or as a learning facilitator, you have to prepare instructional materials. Siyempre, sa gabay pa rin at tulong ng ating mga guro. And then other task, habang nag-leleso na kayo bilang LSA, kailangan iti-take notes nila, iti-take down note nila yung mga learners' difficulty mga challenges na na-encounter ng ating mga learner as they do the different learning tasks na inihanda natin sa kanila. And then, hindi niya gagawing secret yon. Kailangan ma-provide niya kaagad, ma-feedback niya kay teacher. Ito yung nangyayari sa aming lesson. Para sa ganon, magkaroon kaagad ng intervention si teacher para makapagpatuloy siya sa kanyang pag-aaral. And then, makapagbigay siya ng enrichment kung kinakailangan, makapagbigay yung teacher natin ng remediation kung kinakailangan through the LSA or the learning facilitator. And then, kung kaya naman, yung ating mga LSA, yung ating mga kakampi sa pagtuturo, pwede rin naman ng online. Kapag kaya ng ating mga learners at kaya ng ating learning facilitator at sa quarantine restrictions talagang no limited face-to-face, bawal, di ba kasi katulad ngayon, bawal pumunta sa bahay yung ibang tao, di ba? Kailangan bubble lang. So kung hindi siya posible na makapasok tayo sa isang bahay, pwede naman through online. So pwede kang mag-form ng online group and then you orient the parents about the online class and the application to be used na meron ng lahat. Pwede ring social media kung yun lang yung pwedeng gamitin. Pero kailangan i-observe natin yung ating mga safety rules and regulations in using these applications. And then you have to schedule the online classes na lahat ay nag-agree, ng lahat ay okay sa time na yon at sa application na yon. So kailangan ganun tayo bilang LSA at bilang mga guro. And then ganun pa rin kung online man or face-to-face yung gagawin mo or one-on-one yung gagawin mo bilang LSA, ang task mo pa rin, study the work, weekly home learning plan, the SLM, the monitoring plan, and the notes during the conference with the teacher. And then you have to prepare the instructional materials na kung dati gumagamit ka ng Cavite paper. Alam niyo yung Cavite paper? Kasi sa Cavite siya binili, hindi siya Manila paper, kaya Cavite paper, o kaya ay Masbate paper, o kaya Manila paper. So, kung doon sa one-on-one yun ang ginagamit mo, kapag online, hindi na pwede yung Manila paper, di ba? So, pwede ng mga presentations, o kaya interactive games and activities na matututuhan naman din natin ngayon sa virtual INSET natin. So, kapag one-on-one, Manila paper, Cavite paper, Masbate teacher, Davao paper yung gagamitin mo. Pero pag online, gagamit na tayo ng mga PowerPoint presentations, interactive games, and activities at iba pang mga application na natutuhan natin at matututuhan pa sa virtual INSET na to. And then, si teacher naman, hindi lang siya mag-online, hindi lang siya nandun lang sa bahay at nakaupo, di ba? Kaya ay hindi lang siya nag-check lang ng papel, pero pwede niyang i-monitor yung kanyang lahat ng klase niya through online sa pamamagitan ng ating mga learning facilitators na gumagawa ng face-to-face learning o kaya ng online classes. So, pwede siyang mag-monitor nun para makapagbigay kaagad siya ng feedback o kaya ng intervention, o kaya ng remediation or enrichment activity sa mga learner na nakita niya at matulungan pa rin niya yung LSA paano mai-improve yung kanyang performance the following day. And then after nung session sa buong maghapon, hindi dapat nagtatapos yun sa uuwi ang LSA sa kanyang bahay at maghahanda uli ng lesson for today. Bago mag-end of the day, kailangan si teacher at yung learning facilitator, kahit nagmo-monitor si teacher, kailangan pa rin nilang magharap at mag-usap. Kung ito man ay face-to-face or online, kailangan pa rin nilang mapag-usapan yung mga challenges and issues encountered nila sa araw na yon para ma-improve kinabukasan. So ito ay talagang ginagawa ng isang teacher at ng isang learning facilitator para ma-improve professionally yung ating mga LSA at makatulong din siyang ma-improve yung ating mga learner. Ang pwede pa rin nating gamitin ng isang implementation scheme natin ay yung peer group learning. So nakita natin kapag pwede na yung mga limited face-to-face, At dun sa isang interview natin sa ating mga learners, may mga learner na nagsabi na sila-silang magkakaibigan, na magkakapitbahay, sila ay nagsasama-sama at sila ay nag-aaral ng sama-sama para magtulungan. So pwede nating gamitin yon. Basta, let us always remember to always observe the health and safety protocols. So kapag hindi natin na-observe yon, it's a big no. Hindi natin pwedeng gawin yung peer group learning. So, sa peer group learning, yung mga magpipinsan, yung mga magkakapit-bahay sa isang lugar, pwede silang magsama-sama and magtutulungan sila sa pag-aaral. Pero pwede pa rin na naandyan pa rin sa picture ang ating LSA o yung ating mga learning facilitator bilang guide ng ating mga learner, bilang facilitator sa ating peer group learning. So dito, whether online or face-to-face, kasi pwede pa rin niyang gawin niya ng online. Katulad kanina sa program teaching, mag-create din lang siya ng online group and then mag-schedule. So, sa peer group learning, halimbawa, etong 3 batang to sa face-to-face, etong naka-blue, siya yung pinaka-peer group leader. So, siya yung parang teacher-teacheran siya sa 3 yan. So, pag pumasok ang ating isa pang LSA, so siya na yung aktong teacher-teacheran dyan, tapos sasagutan nila yung modules, guided by the weekly home learning plan at kung ano yung mga napag-agrihan ng teacher. Kung paano nila i-drive yung learning at home. So, ganun din ang mangyayari sa online. So, sa peer group learning, we have to engage our learners. Kahit siya ay nasa peer teaching, we have to engage our learners. We have to help our learners reflect on their own learning and then report their own observations, construct their own learning, apply new concepts, recall information, restate facts, and we have to let them give their own examples. Lahat ng yon, makikita natin na naandun yun, mag-guide tayo sa ating mga SLM. Ito mga sinasabi ko on ways on how to engage our learners. Hindi ka dapat maliligaw kasi guided ka ng ating SLM, guided ka pa ng ating weekly home learning plan. So, yung pag-facilitate nila sa learning, madali lang. Kasi may mga gagamitin silang kasangkapan or kagamitan. So, importante na kapag meron kang learning facilitator, yung ating mga learning facilitator, hindi pagdating sa bahay ay okay, kunin yung module number 2, sagutan niya yung subukin natin, tas maya-maya, checkan natin. Hindi ganon. Kailangan yung ating mga learning facilitator ay magiging parang teacher sa iba't ibang tahanan. Kailangan madidiscuss niya yung lesson para makapag-reflect yung ating mga mag-aaral kung may natutuhan ba siya o wala, makapag-construct siya ng kanyang sariling generalization, makapagbigay siya ng kanyang example at masabi niya na may natutuhan ako sa lesson ko ngayong araw na to. Hindi yung simpleng sasagutan ko lang yung aking mga lesson na nasa SLM. And then, yung importante na kung ano man yung gagawin natin, program teaching, o kung magpi-peer group learning man yung ginawa natin na session, kailangan walang batang maiiwanan. So, kung halimbawang nagagawa, ang ginamit ng ating LSA ay peer group learning, pero dun sa isang bahay may naiwan kasi meron siya, hindi talaga siya pwedeng lumabas. Baka kasi may comorbidity siya, o kaya may mga kasama siyang may comorbidity din, o kaya ay nagbabantay siya ng kapatid niya, walang maiwanan sa bahay. So, ikaw bilang LSA, bilang teacher, kailangan matutulungan natin yung LSA natin na mapuntahan din yung bata na naiwanan dun sa bahay para siya ay magkaroon pa rin ng opportunity na matuto kahit nag-iisa siya sa bahay. So pag may naiwanang bata, isip ka naman kung one-on-one tutoring ka na siya sa kanya, one-on-one learning na kayo, one-on-one class na kayong dalawa. Ganun na yung gagawin mo para ma-ensure natin na walang maiiwanang bata, lalo ngayon na may pandemic. So yung comorbidity ay hindi dahilan para hindi makapag-aral yung ating mga mag-aaral. O kung may disability siya, hindi yun sapat na, hindi yun talagang dahilan. Hindi yun dahilan. Hindi kailanman maging dapat hadlang yon para makapagpatuloy siya ng kanyang pag-aaral. So, kung ikaw man ay may learning partner, kung meron ka mang LSA na katuwang, as you deliver instruction anytime, anywhere, kailangan iisipin natin yung content, yung experience, yung design ng learning opportunities na ibibigay natin sa ating mga mag-aaral. Lahat ng yon ay may connect sa ating mga mag-aaral. Lahat ng yon ay may connect sa kanilang experiences, sa real situation nila sa buhay. At kailangan ma-connect natin yon para makapag-survive sila sa everyday life nila as a child, as a learner, as a member of a family, as a member of a community. So lahat ng ibibigay natin sa kanya, dapat lahat yon ay age appropriate, dapat lahat ng yon ay accessible para sa kanya. Lahat ng yon eksaktong-eksakto sa kanyang pangangailangan. Pwedeng lumabes ang pagbibigay natin sa kanyang activity, pero pag medyo kulang, parang kailangan nating dagdagan ng konti. Parang pag medyo kulang, hindi masyado siyang satisfying sa ating mga mag-aaral. Baka mabore siya yung ating mga mag-aaral, at kapag nakita ka pa lang sa gate o alam niya sa orasan niya, parating na yung teacher ko, si teacher, magtatago na yan, o kaya biglang sasakit yung tiyan niya, biglang sasakit yung ulo niya, kasi hindi siya na-challenge sa ginagawa mo, o kaya ay hindi siya na-motivate sa ginagawa mo. So, kailangan importante na yung content, yung experience, yung design ay akmang-akma sa ating mga mag-aaral, at lahat ng ipapagawa natin sa kanya ay tama sa kanyang kakayahan at sa kanyang edad, at lahat ng kagamitang gagamitin natin ay accessible sa ating mga learner. Ganon din, kailangan bago tayo sumabak sa pagtuturo, kung ikaw man bilang guro ang pupunta sa bahay o yung ating learning facilitator, kailangan ma-ensure natin na yung mga basic needs niya ay nasa-satisfy muna. Kaya nga naalala ko, alam niya, sa Kariton Classroom, bago magsimula yung klase, yung ating mga community volunteer, pinapaliguan muna nila yung ating mga street children na naging learner, pinapaliguan nila, binibigyan nila ng school supplies, binibigyan nila ng pagkain. Pero yung school supplies na binibigay sa kanila, dun lang pwedeng gamitin. Kasi one time, pinauwi namin yung mga notebook, yung mga papel, kinabukasan wala na. Kasi ginamit nilang panggatong para makapagsaing, o kaya ay nawala na, o kaya ay nasira. So, dun lang ginamit. Kaya nga rin ngayon na may pandemic, patuloy pa rin ang Department of Education sa school feeding, di ba? Para ma-satisfy yung basic needs ng ating mga mag-aaral. May mga LGU tayo na patuloy pa rin namimigay ng uniform, ng t-shirt, ng bag, ng notebook, at para ma-ensure na yung ating mga learner kahit nasa bahay ay magpapatuloy. So, isa yun sa kanilang mga karapatan na kailangan muna nating ma-ensure na nasa-satisfy. Paano kung yung isang LSA natin pagdating sa isang bahay, hindi pala ito na-satisfy? So, that's the time na kailangan niya munang mag-connect uli kay teacher para ma-feedback kay teacher na ito yung nangyayari kay Pedro, para makapagbigay ng intervention si teacher at yung school. Kasi hindi naman matututo talaga ng todo-todo yung ating mga mag-aaral kung gutom siya, kung may mga basic needs siya na hindi nasa-satisfy. So, in a way, matutulungan natin siya na masatisfy yung mga needs na yan. Kaya minsan importante din na si teacher, si LSA, merong konting biskwit or candy sa kanyang packet, para kung talagang nagugutom yung mag-aaral na pupuntahan natin, pakainin muna natin siya para makapag-aral siya ng mabuti. And then As teachers, we have to prepare our learning partners sa iba't ibang learning delivery modality na meron tayo. Kailangan natin silang ma-prepare, ma-familiarize sila sa ating modular instruction, sa ating TV-based instruction, sa RBI, sa online distance, kasi pwede nilang gamitin yon. Pwede din nilang gamitin yung mga modality na yon as they help us deliver education. And then, as teachers, let us remind ourselves and our partners doon sa development, sa sinasabi ni Piaget sa kanyang developmental stages of learning, na as we encounter our learners, we have to use everyday language para maipaliwanag yung lesson. Kailangan simple lang yung paliwanag natin sa kanila. Kailangan conversational lang yung gagawin nating lesson sa kanya. Hindi formal na formal. Kapag naging very formal ka sa kanya, yung mga konsepto mas mahihirapan niyang maunawaan. At the same time kasi, nag-a-adjust siya sa lesson, mag-a-adjust pa siya dun sa ating learning facilitator na bagong mukha sa kanya, and then nag-a-adjust pa siya sa bagong klase ng pag-aaral niya. So, ang dami niyang adjustments na ginagawa. So, yung everyday encounter ng learner, ng learning facilitator o ng teacher, kailangan yung mga explanations, yung mga instructions na bibigay natin sa kanila, maibigay natin sa paraang nauunawaan nila para hindi na tayo magkakaroon ng frustrations sa learning opportunities na binibigay natin sa kanya. So, kailangan tandaan natin to. Kailangan conversational lang yung gagawin nyo para nagkukwentuhan. Para gagawin niya ng malaya, mai-express niya ng maayos yung sarili niya, yung mga ideas niya sa'yo ng walang takot. And that is one way of creating a positive and safe environment, learning environment. Activities should be varied, enough, and flexible so that learners shall be able to discover and understand each lesson. Kailangan maunawaan ng ating mga LSA yung disenyo ng SLM natin na sabi ng mga teachers, sabi natin, napakaraming activities dun sa SLM. Pero kailangan maunawaan ng ating mga LSA na para maging flexible din yung learning at home, kailangan kung hindi niya nagawa yung gawain A, hindi niya pwedeng ipagawa yung gawain B. Lalo na yung gawain C. So, kung yung learner nagawa niya yung gawain A, pwede niyang ipagawa yung gawain B. Kung nagawa niya yung gawain B, pwede niyang ipagawa yung gawain C. Kung yung learner ay nagawa yung gawain A, pero hindi niya nagawa yung gawain B, hindi siya pwedeng pumunta sa gawain C. Dapat ganun tayo ka-flexible na hindi common na sa SLM. Kailangan magawa niya lahat yun. Kailangan titingnan mo ba, ano ba yung kaya ng aking mga mag-aaral at maging flexible enough ka as teacher, as facilitator para maging kapaki-pakinabang, maging meaningful yung learning experience at home. And then, wag nating kakalimutan yung mga curriculum exits, yung mga standards, yung mga goal ng ating K-12 curriculum. Ano ba ang goal natin sa ating mga mag-aaral? That they shall be holistically developed with 21st century skills. So lahat ng opportunities nila kasama ng ating learning facilitator, kailangan na de-develop lahat ng to, yung information, media, and technology skills, learning and innovation skills, communication skills, life and career skills. Lahat ng to dapat na-experience ng ating mga mag-aaral para ma-develop sa kanila. Hindi pwedeng hanggang libro lang siya. Hindi pwedeng hanggang SLN lang siya. Kailangan na-experience ng ating mga mag-aaral para maging meaningful ang learning para maisagawa nila yon, di ba? Hindi lang sa head, kailangan sa heart din, at lalo higit kailangan sa hands din. Makita natin yung kanilang learning. And then wag nating kakalimutan kung ano ang sinasabi ng ating mga grade level standards, ng ating mga performance standards, ng ating content standards na meron sa ating MELC o sa ating K-12 curriculum. Kailangan naunawaan nyo ng ating mga LSA para makatulong natin sila para ma-meet ng ating mga mag-aaral ang standards na ito. So, yung ating mga LSA, mga partners natin, kailangan ma-bridge nila, matulungan tayong ma-bridge yung ating mga learners sa kung ano yung alam nila. Ito yung alam ng ating mga learners. Ito yung alam ng ating mga learners. Ito yung sinasabi ng ating curriculum. Ito yung hinihingi ng curriculum. So, ito yung alam ko bilang learner. Ito yung kayang gawin ng aking learner. Papaano ko ito mabibridge para ma-meet niya yung performance standards, magawa niya yung performance standards, malaman niya yung content standards, at nang sa kalaunan, maging holistically develop siya with 21st century skills. So, sabi ko nga kanina, it takes a village to raise a child and it takes a team to raise a village. So, kailangan yung LSA mo, kung ano man tawag natin sa kanila, maging partner mo para yung anong na how will I help the learners para makarating dun sa what my learner needs to know and perform. Kailangan magkakasama tayo para madala natin dun sa direction na yon yung ating mga mag-aaral. Kahit saan, kahit anong oras, anytime, anywhere. As learning facilitators, we shall help them learn how to scaffold, how to help our learners answer their own questions, and build their own understanding. Kasi wala tayo doon. So, kailangan yung ating shadow, yung ating kakampi doon, yung ating conductor doon, alam niya kung paano magsa-scaffold ng learners at paano matutulungan yung ating mga learners na magising yung kanila mga prior knowledge, ma-maintain yung motivation nila sa learning, and then makapag-build ng kanilang own understanding. And let us always remind our LSA that in each learning opportunity, the learner and or his parent or learning facilitator should have a clear picture of his progress. So kung ano man yung learning opportunity na ipagawa ng ating LSA as he delivers education remotely, so kailangan makita ng ating mga LSA kung nag-i-improve ba, kung may learning ba yung ating mga mag-aaral na nasa kamay niya o kasama niya sa bahay, o meron bang kailangang pantulong para sa kanya. So, kailangan meron siyang malinaw na picture kung ano ng learning progress meron ng ating mga mag-aaral. And then, eto, yung picture na yan, di ba? Ang laruan yan, masarap yung laruan kasi, di ba, na kung saan natin siya idalhin direction, sumusunod yung laruan yan. Hindi ko alam kung anong tawag dyan, pero masarap siyang laruan kasi kapag ginanan mo yung kamay mo, ginanyan mo yung kamay mo, ginanan mo siya, susunod siya ng susunod sa'yo. So, kailangan yung learning at home natin, yung home-based learning natin ay ganon, flexible. Hindi pwedeng stick lang siya na eto lang talaga ang dapat mong gawin. Kailangan yung ating learning opportunities, as I have said a while ago at sa mga iba pang slides, lagi kong sinasabi na kailangan maging flexible yung learning opportunities natin to meet all our learners' needs and context. One size does not fit all. So, kailangan marunong tayong mag-adjust, marunong tayong tumimbang para mapag-aralan natin kung paano magiging flexible yung learning opportunities na meron sa ating mga mag-aaral sa kanilang tahanan. And always remember this kwento. Ang bisikleta. So, ang bisikleta, bibigyan natin ng ibang kwento tong pictures na to. Ang bisikleta ay ang bisikleta binigay sa atin ng Department of Education sa pamamagitan ng MELC, sa pamamagitan ng ating curriculum, sa pamamagitan ng ating mga SLM. Ngayon, bilang teacher, eto ka na sa pangalawang picture na tayo. So, si teacher, sumakay dun sa bisikleta para mapag-aralan, maipakita niya, ganito dapat ang learning. Ganito dapat sakyan ng bisikleta. Ganito ang nangyayari sa SLM. Ganito ang disenyo ng SLM. Ganito ang weekly home learning plan. Ganito ang disenyo ng weekly home learning plan. Ganito dapat tumakbo ang learning at home sa pamamagitan ng weekly home learning plan. ganito mo siya imo-monitor sa pamamagitan ng monitoring plan. So, imomodelo niya kung paano ang dapat learning at home sa harap ng kanyang learning facilitator. Ngayon, sa pangatlong picture, biglang may umeksena yung lalaki. So, yung ating learning support aid. So, siya ngayon, gamit yung weekly home learning plan, gamit yung notes to the teacher niya, gamit yung kanyang monitoring plan, gamit yung SLM, gamit yung iba't ibang pang learning resources na binigay sa kanya at na meron yung ating mga mag-aaral. Tuturuan niya ngayon yung ating mga mag-aaral, aalalayan niya yung ating mga mag-aaral na sumakay sa bisikleta at matutuhan din niya kung paano magbisikleta ng kanya. So, yung learning facilitator na yan ay, makita niyo, pang-apat na picture. Wala na talaga si learning facilitator doon. Wala na humahawak doon sa bata natin habang nagbibisikleta. Pero may helmet pa rin siya. Kasi, andyan pa rin si learning facilitator na kung hindi man all throughout ng learning opportunities ay naandyan siya bilang kaagapay. Kasi, tatandaan natin kay Gagni, kailangan sa learning episodes ng ating mga mag-aaral para sa ating mga mag-aaral, bibigyan pa rin natin sila ng opportunity na maipakita yung learning nila ng walang gabay natin. Kumbaga, parang free siya. So, dun sa pang-apat na picture, hindi na hinahawakan ng learning facilitator yung bisikleta. Pero andyan pa rin siya sa helmet. So, gagabayan pa rin siya yung learning niya at kung kinakailangan niya ng tulong, andyan yung helmet para sa kanya. So, hindi siya totally mawawala. At saka, andyan lang siya sa tabi. Hindi siya nakahawak na. Hanggang sa ang ating mga mag-aaral, kung siya man ay nasa pangangalaga ni teacher na nag-synchronous learning, o kung siya man ay nag-aaral kasamang isang learning facilitator, at the end, magiging independent learner pa rin siya. Kung nung una, kailangan niya ng kaagapay, pero kailangan, katulad sa classroom, magagabayan pa rin natin sila para maging independent learner na punong-puno ng mga kaalaman at kakayahan na natutuhan nila sa tulong ng ating teacher, sa tulong ng ating mga learning facilitator. Now, as we reopen and as we safely return to our schools, as we reopen our schools physically, kasi ngayon nagre-reopen tayo ng mga schools virtually. As we reopen our schools, as we return to our schools safely, as we reopen our school in a smart way, tandaan natin yung alternative delivery modes, yung iba't ibang modalities na meron tayo ngayong may pandemic at mga modalities bago pa magkaroon ng pandemic, yung ating mga SLMs, yung mga learning activity sheets na meron tayo ngayon, yung ating mga learners material, yung ating mga textbook, yung ating mga locally developed learning modules, at yung ating mga learning partners shall remain in our schools. Dahil sila ay parte na ng sistema natin, parte na sila ng team na ginagawa natin, parte na sila ng ating community. Now, kapag nawala na si COVID, hindi naman mawawala yung mga SLM, hindi mawawala yung mga learning partners natin. Kung siya man ay hinire natin, kung sila man ay nag-volunteer, kung sila man ay yung ating mga parents at home, andyan pa rin sila bilang our learning partners. And all these things shall remain in our schools as we continue to implement the one-stop shop school. When we say one-stop shop school, lahat ng modality na na-implement natin before the pandemic and during the pandemic, di ba ngayon lahat na halos ng modality nasa ating mga school. So as we smartly and safely reopen our schools, we shall continue to dream of having all our public, elementary, and secondary schools into becoming one-stop shop schools. Na lahat ng modality ay naandon, na kapag merong isang bata na at risk of dropping out, meron tayong option na ibibigay sa kanya para maipagpatuloy niya ang kanyang learning. So my dear teachers, let us join hands as we realize this dream of making our school a one-stop shop school na naandun lahat ng modalities, andun lahat ng learning resources, andun yung ating learning partners, andun yung ating mga stakeholders, andun yung ating mga teacher na nagkakaisa. Available lagi sila para yung mga at risk of dropping out ay ma-save natin at may pagpatuloy nila yung kanilang pag-aaral. Because kailangan nating maniwala dahil napatunayan na natin sa napakaraming taon na dumaan. At lalo't higit ngayong may pandemic, napatunayan natin na education cannot wait. Napatunayan natin na we can make education continue kahit may mga challenges. So as education cannot wait, let us work together. Let us always find ways to make education continue. Kung ihiramin ko nga yung isang mantra ng isang bangko, ang lagi namin sinasabi sa ATM, we always find a way. So kailangan bilang teacher, we always find ways so that education can continue kahit ano pa man ang sitwasyon ng ating mga mag-aaral. And all together, let us make this dream come true. Sa ADM, let us make Star to Star come true. We're making students at risk to students taking academic responsibility will be a reality. So that's all for my session today. And if you want to get a copy of my presentation today, you can visit the link I have posted in my screen, and you may also use the QR code para magkaroon kayo ng presentations ko ngayong araw na to on child-friendly approaches in empowering our learning facilitators. And with that, sa inyong mga guro, sa aking kapwa guro, sa ating kakampi, sa ating mga tunay na sundalo sa larangan ng edukasyon, isa pong pagpupugay ang ibinibigay namin sa inyo, sa inyong walang sawang pag-arte sa anumang paraan para ma-deliver ang ating education. And with that, magandang hapon at maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Angelica Jabines.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much po. Alam mo, Sir Abigail, I realized that the use of various teaching strategies will not just improve our learners' abilities, but also our teachers' potentials.
At dapat din, not just teach, but teach with love.
Yes.
Yan. And, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning session in this second virtual INSET 2021.
At bago tayo maghiwa-hiwalay, let's have another picture taking para sa inyong documentation.
Yes, dahil morning session, Teacher Carla, gawin na natin ang first pose. Ano yung tawag mo dyan?
Let's have a tender loving pose. 1, 2, 3.
O yan, nasa teacher sa upload. At sabayan niyo po ang kompletuhin ng mga heart. Bahala na po kayo kung saan umarap. Yan, teacher loving pose.
Next, let's have
Barkada pose. Go!
Next.
At ang ating bida ka pose. Nice one, nice one. Naabangan namin mga pictures na yan, ha?
Yes, and huwag kalimutan na pag nag-upload kayo, be sure to use hashtag VINSET2day2.
At maaari din po ninyong i-upload dahil mamaya, hihingin po ng ating EdTech page, ng ating EdTech family, ang ating mga pictures from day 1 and day 2. Doon po natin pagsama-samahin ang inyong mga pictures. At huwag pong kalimutan, paalala din po pala sa mga nag-upload ng ating mga certificates, Teacher Carla, no? Please, huwag po nating expose ang mga pirma po ng ating mga minamahal na kasama po dito sa DepEd. Ayan.
Yes, dahil usong-usong ngayon ang I am not a robot.
Kalat na kalat din ang ating minamahal na Nora Honor. Kaya, Teacher Carla,
mag-lunch na muna tayo.
Tama? At mamaya lang, magkita-kita po tayo dito muli sa